shot on the
just
second
too
leg.
good.
Kelling.
14 and double 18 incoming, and as you say, man,
Maybe call it game shot here. What a moment that is for the Spartan. Good finish. And that after a setup of 5.
Montgomery.
That is the question, isn't it? Who will join Andreas Harrison at finals night on Saturday after the Series 7 winner made it through Group A earlier this week? Afternoon rather. Welcome to Wednesday. Matthew Edgar has been alongside me all week, and Andreas Harrison, he came good in the end, didn't he?
It was in the end, wasn't it? Very much so. It was a very tightly run race from Monday. We sort of knew it was going to be a 3-horse race, and sort of took us the middle part of Wednesday to lose one of those riders in Mike Warburton dropping by the wayside. But what a real battle that was. And I don't really think anybody really sort of stepped it up to the very best that they could.
Did I say morning, welcome to Wednesday? Afternoon, welcome to Thursday. Let's do that again. Right, let's get into this group as well. Andreas Harrison is not going to be in it, but it's a fantastic lineup in this group. Ross Montgomery did drop into it. Do you just want to talk about, though, that what's happening this week? Because Andreas Harrison won that group. He's through. Robert Thornton, Martin Adams, Tommy Morris joining Justin Smith and Mike Warburton. That group was so close between those 3 players. It meant that Ross Montgomery didn't really get a look in, but he is going to be a strong favourite for this group based on what we saw from him yesterday.
Well, you just take a look at those 2 groups, Group B, Group C, and one thing you notice is difference in name value. The viewer will look at that and go, I know most of those players, if not all the players in Group B, I'm expecting that to be good. They might look at this Group C and maybe be very unfamiliar with what we're about to see and what we're about to... Ross Montgomery, 13 times played on the Lakeside stage, former tour card holder, lost that just last year. So they'll be very familiar with the name of Ross Montgomery. Maybe Jamie Kelling to the viewers here at the Super Series, someone who has won on this stage, but they might not be familiar with the other names that we've got. But I think this group's going to be very unassuming.
Would have been unfamiliar with Darren Barton at the start of this week, but the viewers that have been watching him, what have they learnt?
I think they've learnt a few things. One thing is he's a big maximum hitter, 19 180s in his group campaign. A player who got stronger and stronger as the week went on, and that's something that I think is going to really put him in good stead going forward here. Seems to have a very good level of control, doesn't get caught up in the emotion of the game, doesn't get caught up in the pace of the game. I think he's going to look at this group and think he's got a genuine chance, which I think he has.
You just mentioned familiarity. Super Series viewers will know plenty about Jamie Kelling. He's always pretty consistent here, isn't he? Even though he's not been here for a while, you expect to see that usual high standard that he brings to that stage.
They do, but I also think there's another factor here that we don't normally consider when Jamie Kelling comes to the Super Series. Jamie Kelling normally comes here, and he's mentioned it before in interviews himself, that when he comes, it's about... Can I repeat that feat of winning the week? Can I validate that win? Well, actually, he's coming into this group as a favourite. And now that's a different pressure. I can certainly vouch for a player's stance. When you come in and you're sort of the underdog, everything feels like you're shooting up, where he's kind of going to be shooting down here because there's going to be eyes on him and there's going to be expectation.
And that's interesting because we discussed it yesterday. I had Ross Montgomery as favourite, so did you, but the bookies have gone with Jamie Kelling as a 2-1 favourite in this group. Montgomery second favourite, and then Ryan Branley, just 16 years of age, he comes in at third favourite. What do you know about him, and do you think that's fair to be putting that little kind of pressure on him?
I think there's value in Ryan Branley. I actually like him. I've had a chat with him this morning. Again, very unassuming, very quite reserved, but also very focused on what he wants within this game. He's going to have no fear going up there. I've been watching him practice this morning. I like what I see. Just depends how he handles the stage. The thing that I think he's value for, though, is in all the individual matches, Ryan Branley is odds on. Other than when he plays Ross Montgomery, when Ross Montgomery will have the advantage of throw. So with that in mind, we've got to say he represents strong value, and he's certainly got the ability.
Has he got the perfect first match here against Dennis van der Ende, who is probably feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders after losing every match the last couple of days?
And the timing of the match as well really comes into his favour because he gets to go up there and play. The worst thing when you come into something as a debutant is standing backstage, not knowing when you're on, because you've got to watch other players play. Is it going to be 4-0? Is it going to be 4-3? Someone goes 3-0 up, loses a couple. It disturbs your routines and your rhythm. So he knows when he's going to be on. He can prepare for that game. He doesn't have to sit back and watch other people go up and either play well and think, I've got to match that standard, or people struggle and think, right, I've got to put on the show. He gets to go up there and set the bar, and I think this is the perfect time to play.
Well, let's get the action underway. First match is about to get started, and it is that meeting between the Dutchman Dennis van der Ende and the 16-year-old here at the Super Series. Where have we heard that before? Ryan Branley, who I had the chat with earlier on. Ryan, welcome to the Modus Super Series. Just tell us how you feel when you've got the invite to play here.
Excited.
And coming here today, walking in for the first time, throwing a few practice starts on that stage, it must be an ambition for a young player like yourself.
Yeah, I believe I'm the youngest player to be on. One of, what was it, 2 young players from North East to be on.
Yeah, we've had a few teenage players before. As you said, one of the youngest. The last 16-year-old didn't do too badly in Luke Littler. No pressure, but how do you approach it when there's that kind of legacy being left before you?
I've got no expectations, just do what I can.
Tell us a little bit about yourself then. How did you get into darts? When did you start playing?
I think I was about 5 or 6 when I started playing. My granddad played in the house and then just started playing with him.
Plenty of experience then for such a young age. And up in the northeast, it's a bit of a hotbed, isn't it? So you must have a lot of competitive practice up there.
Yeah, wherever you go in the northeast, there's always a couple of good players.
Do you watch the Super Series? Do you sort of understand the format and everything? And what do you think of... It's a bit different, isn't it, to sort of knockout darts?
Yeah, I've watched it a few times. I haven't watched it this week, really.
Yeah, Ryan Branley there talking to me before stepping on the Super Series stage for the first time. The 16-year-old, well, maybe a little bit more nervous in the interview than he will be on the hockey. Seems pretty fearless, looking forward to getting on that stage. No expectations, nothing to be scared of either, really. And I think that's probably a good attitude for the youngster to adapt. 16 years and 4 months. He's going to take on Ross Montgomery later, who's 61 years and 11 months. But the Newcastle lad, the quarter-finalist on the development tour recently, takes on Dennis van der Ende, who will be thinking, when will it end if he carries on this Dutch darting drought? He lost all of his matches, did Dennis, yesterday, as he did on Tuesday, and only got 1 win on Monday as well. Group C, though, is a reset, a refresh, and a chance to turn his week around. Let's see if he can do it, or what kind of start Ryan Branley will
First
make
leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
on his
Game on.
Super Series debut. Matt, let's see if there's something to get excited about here.
Yeah, I think we've got a player here in Ryan Branley.
60.
I've enjoyed what I've seen from him so far this morning, and it'll just depend how he handles the stage. But the big thing here is this is the familiar bit. Everything he's done this morning would be
46.
quite unfamiliar to him. Getting here, the studio, the interviews, the lights, everything that comes with it. But right now, this is the familiar bit, and this is what he's been doing out there on the
174.
development tour, and when he's been playing his county darts for Northumberland. It all might feel very different in the surroundings, but when you're on that hockey, the distance is the same, the board's the same, everything will feel the same at that point, and that's the familiarity.
I think there was a little bit of maturity in that 174 as well, because the first start in the treble 20 looked a little bit loose, and he switched away then. We've seen other players this week persevere and knock their own darts out in that kind of situation.
167.
He's left to finish after 9. A bright start here for the 16-year-old.
99.
Very level-headed in his approach and what he expects from the game. But is this maybe more than he
56.
expected?
Ryan,
Hitting
you're
the
at
ground running here
168.
at the Super Series.
And
48.
unfortunately for Dennis, he can't get his ducks in a row. Still on 2-2-2 after a dozen darts. It's carrying on in the opening leg.
58. Ryan, you require 20.
Right now, this will feel like the hard part, hitting that first leg-winning double. But he has hit it.
On the first leg. Ryan Branley.
Talk about composure there as well. Didn't rush to the hockey, just took an extra
Second leg is
second.
Dennis to throw first.
No
Game.
mistake in the approach and no mistake in the delivery.
Well, it makes you wonder, doesn't it? You look back on your life. What were you doing at 16?
41.
Ryan Branley up there mixing it on the big stage and doing it to great effect. I think I was begging to go to Alton Towers because the school had told me I didn't have permission due to bad behaviour.
I think I was still eating wham bars.
60.
I saw you doing that this morning.
Mentioned about the level-headedness
81.
of Ryan Branley. I did manage to have a bit of a chat with him this morning. I asked him what his hopes and aspirations are moving forward for darts, and he says he's
93.
got a dream to go to Q School, and his ambition is to get to stage 2. How refreshing is it to hear people have realistic steps and
60.
expectations rather than, oh, I'm going to go be world champion by next year.
Yeah, it really is a mature way of looking at things, and you look
60.
at the sustained talents in the sport, they tend to have made smaller steps towards the top.
83.
I think some Chris Dobie flights he's using as well.
Certainly representative of the tune, aren't they?
59.
Oh, not just the Dobie flights, but the Dobie darts as
63.
well.
Big hero in the Newcastle area, Chris Dobie. Remember his big walk-on he had in the
54.
Premier
Ryan
League.
number 140.
And this is a Premier League style finish here for Ryan Branley.
I think he actually walked onto a song called Hometown Hero. Oh, brilliant.
Game shot, the
Absolutely brilliant. Well,
second
maybe
leg.
we're getting a new hero
Ryan
here at the
Branley.
Super Series. Ryan Branley wasting no time in announcing himself to the
It's
stage.
Ryan to throw first.
Living out
Game
his
on.
teenage dream and doing it to great effect and to the detriment of Dennis van der Ende.
90.
What strikes me about the young players that are coming through is just the general level of, oh, I just expected that. If I had done that to go 2-0 up on the Super Series stage at
58.
16, I would have done a lap round the room, maybe the trousers would have been round the head, the full works. He just takes his darts out and doesn't even crack a
56.
smile as if it's the norm.
$100.
Really is flying the flag for Newcastle, doing his hometown proud.
43.
But this has been a Dutch darting disaster for Dennis van der Ende so far this week.
57.
Shouldn't be a write-off, though. We have seen other players qualify through the ADC systems, and when they've returned, they've been a totally different beast. Better for the experience.
140.
Well, one slight little criticism there. He could have used the ball on the last start, would have left himself a finish if he'd hit the 25.
48.
Or maybe he just doesn't think Van der Ende's going to leave a finish from 286, and if that was his thinking, he'd have been correct.
71.
He may not leave one from 238 unless he finds a treble, which he has.
134.
It was interesting thinking to use the ball there, because
101.
had he hit the 25, he'd have left 126 rather than a 2 treble shot. Just get a treble, having already taken out 114. Now, he takes
Game
out
shot,
another
the
ton
third
topper.
leg.
This is brilliant
Ryan
by
Branley.
Branley.
Fourth leg, it's Dennis to throw first.
Well, they say a picture
Game on.
paints 1,000 words, and the expression on the face of Dennis van der Ende was a picture there. Who is this? Where has he come from? What is he doing to me?
96.
Told you I liked what I saw this morning. Very measured in his approach.
100.
Took on the Bullseye Challenge. That will be available on our YouTube channel in the next couple of days, so make sure you hit a subscribe for that one. I can tell you, he was very, very solid during that challenge.
90.
Very worth a watch. Just wonder what he's feeling inside right now. On the outside, Very cool and
93.
collected, but when you're a leg away from your first big win, I wonder what the feelings are, the excitement I feel right now, rather than the nerves that will be going around for Ryan.
56.
Because this is all just gain at the moment.
$126. $59.
You also get the feeling that the players who
41.
didn't know about Ryan Branley, who was wondering how he's going to be getting on, Jamie Kelling, Barton, Nichols and Montgomery all in the back room, will be put on a bit of notice here by
60.
this performance of Ryan.
141. $57. Dennis, you require 140. $60. Ryan, you require 84.
So this for the perfect start for the 16-year-old talent.
59.
And he got oh so close
Dennis, you require 80.
to completing a whitewash win on the ball. Ende hasn't had a double in the game. He hits a double, but can't hit the leg-winning
70.
double.
Ryan, you require 25. No score. Dennis, you require
First
10.
mistake of the match there for young Ryan Branley. Madhouse for Dennis.
Game
Keep us
shot number
alive,
four,
to keep
play.
his hopes
Dennis
alive.
van der Ende.
Saves the day with the last one in hand. No damage done yet, though, for Ryan. Still has plenty of
against Ryan
time and
to
has the
throw
advantage of
first.
throwing
Game
2 of the last 3 legs.
That is a lesson, though, in itself, isn't it? That mistakes do get punished. Had it all his own way in the match.
140.
One little error, busting the 25, and by hook or by crook, Van der Ende managed to get a leg in the ledger.
You're going to make mistakes.
100.
In anything, you're going to make mistakes. It's how you recover from them. And instantly there, that 140, showing that it's not got no lag. There's no disappointment. There's no follow-on.
91.
Just straight back on. And this is a very good recovery. I think if it had won 4-0 and it carried on in the vein it was, I'd probably be less impressed than I am now, seeing
81.
something go wrong like that and the reaction being so positive. That's tricky, because any other treble won't leave him on a finish, but there was no way in, so just chips the score down.
And it's quite sensible as well, isn't it? Because it's unlikely that Dennis is going to leave a finish. So rather than being so determined
90.
to leave a finish in that scenario, he's gone, I'll give myself the best chance at the biggest score that I can.
$43. $100. Ryan, you require 130.
130 apiece. Ryan to throw first.
59.
Same equation there,
Dennis, you
no
require
way through to the
130.
treble. That's tricky.
65. Ryan, you require 71.
So double 10 for the 4-1 win. That's how he responded to that previous mistake. Absolutely fabulous start for the 16-year-old Ryan Branley, who pockets a 4-1 victory. Did it with maturity, did it with magnificence, and he gets the 2 points in his opening match. Van der Ende's losing streak continues. Branley announces himself to mainstream dart with a 4-1 success over the Dutchman. We'll see plenty more of him today. 4 more matches for the 16-year-old to play. But coming next, Jamie Kelling returns to the live lounge stage, taking on Darren Barton.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's
Definitely not him. It's definitely
he thinks
not
it's
him.
him.
Hold on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you.
We are getting the back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that level 7 now. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland is knocked out. Darts for fun. The favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we come.
Hold on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. It's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit
Second dart.
calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one coming into it, sir.
It's one of them things he either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jay!
Well, what a start to Thursday's action here at the Modus Super Series. The youngster, Ryan Branley, producing a fantastic performance, getting a 4-1 win on his debut at just 16 years of age. Next up, it's someone a bit more accustomed to the stage, Andover's Jamie Kelling, 35 years. He was once the future, seen as one of the upcoming stars many years ago. Darren Barton, debutant himself, but has been playing here for 3 days, and he really has settled in. Had a decent enough Group A campaign, winning just under half of his matches, 7 of his 15. Under the watchful eye today of Owen Binks, the referee.
First leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
So Kelling comes back, and they're all aware that there's a new kid on the hockey that they're going to have to stop.
100.
That a reference to Phil Taylor's old programme that was on one of those channels back in the days?
Certainly was.
A couple of players didn't do too bad out of that, really, did they? Michael Smith
100.
and Joe Cullen, part of that. New kids on the hockey. Aaron Monk, current PDC tour card holder, also part of that.
100.
Really interesting line up and sort of a sign of how darts has changed, because that was sort of the first sort of introduction, so to speak, into
140.
seeing the younger players.
Well, he was in it, wasn't he, Jamie Kelling? That's where the reference came from.
140.
You mentioned Aaron Monk, who's played here as well. But yeah, those players that you mentioned were the ones that have gone on to be really successful.
140. Jamie, you've got 161.
We've got a new kid on the hockey today in Ryan Branley, but Kelling, one of the casts from that show. I wonder if something like that could be
65. Darren,
sort
you
of
require 121.
remade for today's darts fan, because there is a big buzz about young players.
Do you mean like a specials week, maybe?
Rising stars. Watch
81.
this space.
Jamie require 96.
Thought Barton's eyes were going to remain closed then. He's looking away, and he won't like the sound of Owen Binks's call here.
Jamie Kelling.
It's game shot and the first leg to Kelling.
Second leg, it's
After a
Darren to throw
96 kill.
first. Game on.
Now we're going to see a different side of Jamie Kelling today. Different expectation. As we alluded
60.
to at the start of the show, he is a player that likes to come in and sort of be the underdog shooting up, where today the odds compilers, the experience, all puts him as
60.
the guy to beat. Alongside Ross Montgomery, who is coming up next against another debutant here in Dan Nichols.
100.
There isn't a lot of Super Series experience in this Group C. There is plenty of talent. 3 players on debut. Ryan Branley, we've just seen win 4-1 against Van der
77.
Ende. Darren Barton, although we've seen him this week and he has played a group, it's still his debut week. Dan Nichols coming up next to makes Ricky Evans look slow.
140.
What were your initial thoughts when you looked at the lineup
40.
for this group? What kind of day were you expecting?
Honestly,
Always.
it might sound harsh, but on first inspection, I thought we're going to have maybe a little bit under normal Group C
59.
sort of standards. However, when you dig a little bit deeper, you look at what the players have been doing. Yes, we don't have names and reputations on show here, but we do have some talent on show, as
123.
we've seen already.
Darren,
And
it
I
require
think we're going to see in the next game
142.
as well with Nichols and Montgomery. Barton, someone who's certainly grown into the week.
100.
Got better as it has gone. And he'll fancy his chances in this group. And I think that's possibly the biggest thing about this group. All the players will look around the room
105.
and really fancy the
Darren,
task.
you require 42.
Well, Barton should take some confidence from
10.
his
Jamie
Group A
require
campaign, but he won't
96.
like to hear Jamie Kelling's on 96 because it's a self-same shot he took out in the opening leg. Different route this time, having missed the big number, and now he can't take it out.
40. Darren, you require 32.
A lot more measured in his approach today to these big moments.
Game shot on the second leg. Darren Barton.
Found it last start in hand, and that looks more like a relieved man than a happy man.
Third leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
But that was to protect
Jamie.
his throw, so a real big dart there, that third one. Last start in hand. Keeps all things square.
30.
And Kelling just losing it a little bit after a decent opening leg. Went wayward at the back end of the previous leg and again at the start of this one. That may just offer the Spartan some encouragement.
100.
Just starting to frustrate him as well, isn't it?
43.
This is the curse, shall we say, of being the favourite, of being the expectation. If you're not playing up to your standard and you're playing against somebody who sort of everyone expects you not to beat, you don't get
100.
frustrated. It's just like, okay, I'll find it in a bit. But when you're meant to be the pace setter, the front runner, you do get frustrated. You feel that weight of expectation.
140.
I can talk with a lot of experience from the one time I've been favourite to win a match.
Was that against Glen Durrant?
58. $60. 40.
Yeah,
58.
the book is going with Kelling as a favourite, former weekly winner, and plenty of experience on the Super Series stage. Myself and Matthew Egger both kind of fancied Ross Montgomery, who turned around a lot of opinions yesterday, winning 4 out of 5. We're going to get a look at the boss in the game that follows this.
Yeah, I think my allegiance has changed this morning the second I saw the composure of Ryan Branley.
All of a sudden, it's unclear, isn't it? We may get a race between 3, 4, maybe 5 players.
Goes to back up our point that this is the land of opportunity today, Group C. Big chance for someone to make it through to a Saturday night. Kelling got to find a way past that one.
Another little one to think about.
56.
Didn't have to stay there.
Darren, you require 48.
Every chance that Barton takes out this 48, so he could have gone for an open bed in treble 18 to leave double 19. Lucky for him, Barton doesn't take it out, so Kelling comes back to clean up the remainder. 56. Oh, he's making hard work of it at the moment. And that's a real
40.
mess.
Darren, you require.
Doesn't even get a dart at the 56. You see the frustration, the disappointment. Could it be punished? It
On the
does.
third leg, Darren Barton.
I think there's also an argument there about understanding your equipment, understanding the lie and how to use it, because
Fourth leg, it's Darren to
Jamie
throw
Kelling
first. Game on.
opening to go to the right to try and open up the bed, and he actually closed it up more. But that's a long time there that he's had to stand at the back of the stage now and
57.
ponder his game decisions. A long time before he can get back and try and put it right.
That's November 2022 when Kelling
60.
had his victory at the Modus Super Series, beat Richie Parkin from the Northeast himself in the final.
180.
He was a ADC qualifier and he's having a bit of trouble with an ADC qualifier here.
100.
Series 2, of course, was won by an Australian in Raymond Smith.
140.
Got through Group B, 2 points ahead of Jamie Kelling.
60.
You
Darren,
spoke
you
about
require
opportunity. It doesn't matter how you
124.
get to Saturday, does it? Doesn't have to take this out, which is why he's persevering, Barton. Yeah, Kelling also made a final this year, lost out to Reese Robinson, who's
88.
become one of the main protagonists at the Live Lounge, you would say.
100.
Certainly if you ask him anyway, he'll
Darren,
tell you all
require
about it.
36.
Barton looking to open up some daylight here.
No score.
Kelling, again, he looked bright in that first leg, but has lost things since. He does tend to get through to finals night. He's done it in more than half of his 9 previous
40.
appearances.
Darren, you require 36.
But it's Barton looking the most likely to win the pair's opening match here.
28. Jamie, you require 141.
Kelly needs to land something big here. Could this be a game turner?
Game shot.
He needed something big. He gets something
Jamie
big out
Kelling.
of nowhere. Jamie Kelling has been playing second fiddle here to the Spartan.
To throw first.
But when you've
Game
got a
on.
player down, you've got to keep them down. You've got to finish them off. And Darren Barton has let Jamie Kelling back into this one.
Well, there's something about that shot this week, isn't there? The 1-4-1
59.
turning tables. Andreas Harrison did it in the crucial crunch match against Justin Smith yesterday. Brilliant finish that effectively won him the group. And Jamie Kelling does it to stop Barton in his
81.
tracks and to get control of this tie.
$140.
How one shot can change a game, because Jamie Kelling was throwing and looking like a beaten man. All of a sudden,
140.
back in the flow, back in the groove.
Now, both players have hit 2 doubles, but there's a huge difference in the amount of opportunities they've had at the
92.
outer ring. Kelling, 2 from 3. Darren Barton running at less than 15%. He's missed 12 darts at double.
121.
And what was looking like a very good visit turned into quite a bad one there. That 1 dart that was errant has left him on a bogey.
$101. Jamie requires 76.
This time finds the big 16
Game
and
shot
finds
the
the
fifth
tops.
leg.
No problems now
Jamie
for
Kelling.
Jamie Kelling getting into the groove. And this is one where Darren Barton would come off the stage
Six leg against Darren to throw
frustrated.
first. Game on.
There's always moments where someone's going to hit something big against you. You're never going to go through a whole campaign where someone's not going to do that. But the problem here for Barton is he could have prevented
58.
that shot from even happening. He will feel he opened the door for Kelling. He probably would have been expecting to come back, especially the way Kelling was playing at the time. But he's very encouraged now in his
85.
approach. And he's looking like he's going to get his first points on the board.
$100.
Well, it's scoring for show, doubles for dough. And when you look at those stats there, Jamie Kelling 3 out of 4, but actually, in terms of functionality, he hasn't
81.
missed an opportunity. Missed 1 dart in that 96 combination and has taken out everything else cleanly. So when he's had a chance at a double, Barton hasn't
60.
been back to the board. Contrast the other way round.
$41.
This is where Barton needs to make a move.
$140. $140. Darren, you require 143.
The treble 20 is in.
119. Jamie Rick
So
154.
that sets up double 12.
You feel for
92.
Darren Barton's sake here,
Darren,
he
you
needs this to go
require
first or
24.
second dart. Needs to be drama free.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
And it's
Darren
not that.
Barton.
It goes the distance. Drama free
Seventh
for
and
Darren,
final leg
but
is
not
Jamie
drama
to
free
throw
in
first.
terms of the
Game
match.
on.
Kelling now has to cling on. Look at that big deep breath in the background.
Well, Darren Barton's key strength this week has been hitting the
96.
maximums. I would love to find one in the opening couple of visits of this leg.
$80.
Well, it was literally one on the floor because I think the dart deflected, and that's what took the direction of the point away from the board, and it actually just fell out of the one segment. Not as
140.
much harm done as there could have been. Kelling's in a good position here.
Yeah, the pattern of those 3 darts in our last leg shootout, you almost live and breathe every dart that you throw and your opponent throws.
60.
And when you see yours hit the floor and then the next 2 darts go in the treble from your opponent, you can feel like the leg is slipping away very, very quickly.
98.
Kelling down to a finish very, very quickly.
Yeah, only 9 darts thrown by the Andover Arrows ace to leave the 167, which he won't have to take out in this
60.
visit.
Jamie, require 167. $100.
It's the wrong leg at the wrong time for Darren Barton.
41. Jamie requires 67.
And that's the right thing at the right time for Jamie Kelling, who's finishing in that game, was exemplary.
Kelling.
Darren Barton missed an unlucky 13 darts at double in the game and could not get going in the decider that he earned for himself, whereas Jamie Kelling was pretty much perfect when it came to the outer ring. A fabulous table-turning 1-4-1 checkout got him level at 2-2, and it looked like the game was getting away. And on the outer ring, 4 out of 5. The only dart he missed was during a 96 combination anyway, so he was pretty much perfect, and that bodes well for the rest of the day for Kelling, who defeats Barton 4-3. We're going to see our last 2 competitors in this group next, as Dan Nichols on debut takes on the boss, Ross Montgomery.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final. Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are. One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can. Marvin is the man.
Welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, UK, where the third match of Group C is about to get underway. Win so far for the 16-year-old Ryan Branley. And Jamie Kelling, a former winner of a week here in Portsmouth. But up next, it's another debut. This one for Dan Nichols, who won the Gold Cup pairs in the BDO 7 years ago. Did it with Scott Baker, who you've seen on that stage before. But the Scot against him in this one is the Glaswegian, Ross Montgomery, who had an indifferent 3 days in Group A. But the good news is that his best day by far came yesterday. He'll be hoping to ride that wave and take Group C by the scruff of the neck. Certainly the most experienced player in the group, 45 years a senior of the least experienced player in the group. Can Ross be the boss and
First
make it through
leg,
to
it's
finals
down
night?
to
For
throw
what would be
first. Game
a
on.
4th successive time. He's never failed to do so. Do you see him doing so in the next couple of days?
He's in a decent group here
140.
with debutants, young players. He's certainly someone who should be able to try and assert himself here, but I like what I've seen so far in Dan Nichols. He seems, again, very
60.
unassuming. He wasn't even going to go to the qualifier in order to get here. It was a last-minute decision. He decided to go
83.
very early in the morning. A friend rang him, and where have we heard this story before? Didn't want to go to the qualifier, ended up almost getting dragged along, won the qualifier. And when Rob Cross did this at the
85.
UK Open, and look what happened there.
Well, he came through that ADC Vault qualifier in the
45.
Midlands region, and he's just another example to all of you budding darters out there who are watching this thinking I could beat them. Well, just go and have a go.
45.
ADC is providing opportunities for amateur players all around the country and indeed across Europe to test themselves at a
99.
local level and maybe make it through to the Modus Super Series. What an experience it can be. Carl Wilson himself last week, the kind of flag bearer for that, by reaching the finals night and having a good night.
140,
Plenty of friends and family
134.
coming along to watch. Nichols looking to make his first statement here.
94.
That's it, isn't it? In the past, to get to a stage like this, you'd had to have done the miles. Most likely, you'd have to travel around Europe, getting ranking points. Not now. Those ranking points coming to your local venues.
131, and require 40.
And 40 points required for Nichols
Game
here. No
shown the
problems
first leg.
whatsoever. Nice 16
Dan
darter.
Nichols.
That will settle him in.
Second leg, it's Ross to throw first. Game on.
Very quick player, isn't he, Dan Nichols, which does help as well because it doesn't give you too much time to be nervous. Although he's watching every single dart that his opponent is throwing, and he won't be too pleased with those first two.
He is fast. The thing that's noticeable to me about his throw is that there's a real
55.
process before the first dart, and then the next couple are real slingshot missiles to follow. Ross Montgomery, we've seen this week, that really central position of the
81.
flight towards the middle of his eyes. But look at this, it's almost like a swan he approaches, and then suddenly, fire, fire, fire.
60.
Maybe that's why he's got a sweatband on. Works up a bit of a sweat when he's throwing his darts. I certainly would be throwing at that pace. But for Ross Montgomery, he's just got to use that experience. When you play a quick player, you can sometimes get
95.
caught up in the pace. And it can cause two problems. One, you start throwing quicker, or the other thing is you try taking more time to
121.
play your natural pace, and you end up actually throwing slower. You sort of forget the pace and the rhythm of which you play.
There is an argument as well that if you
50.
do what Dan Nichols is doing, this is just me as a layman talking, that there's a danger of not actually throwing all three darts the same way, because the first one is
98.
very sort of deliberate and
require
the next two
135.
follow really quickly. Whether that's a good or a bad thing, that's for the experts like you to determine, Matthew.
There is an argument
63.
for
and
throw
167.
mastery. Not going to master this shot. But he's going to set it up
127.
beautifully.
Russia requires 72.
Montgomery then tees up tops.
Game
and
shot on
pins
the
it to
second
level up
leg.
this game.
Ross Montgomery.
And the early signs today suggest that we're going to get quite a competitive group. Now, he's been explained the rules, not just by the referee Owen Binks, but by Ross Montgomery as well. Such a speedster he is that he can't wait for the 10-second gap between each leg.
Just another thing that you've got to consider on debut, such as walking to the right, not to the left, because you'll block the cameras and we'll get to see Ross Montgomery's darts go in. So many extra little bits when you're playing darts in a streamed or a televised environment for the first time.
And that's the other beauty of this tournament, isn't it? It prepares you for that televised environment for
85.
the bigger things you may go on to achieve. Many darts players, probably you included, I should know this, but they rock up for the first major tournament and it's the World
92.
Championship or the Players' Championship finals.
Yep, absolutely, and that was where the Euro Tour coming in really helped with that as well for a lot of players, and probably why we see people hit the ground running on those big stages, because when you get to these events, you're not going to these events and they go, here's the floor manager who says, right, stand here, do this, do... Sometimes, if you don't go and have your practice darts in the arena, the first time you go in the arena is when you're going out for your walk-on. And if you don't watch darts and see what other people do, you wouldn't have a clue what to do.
95.
If he can find a treble 20,
96. Daniel requires
he would have left a
61.
finish. Instead, Nichols has got plenty of time to convert this 61.
Game shot on the third.
Which he does with aplomb.
Dan Nichols.
No dart missed
Fullback,
yet.
it's Ross to throw first.
At the outer ring.
And that breeds confidence as well when you're taking finishes out nice and clean.
60.
You mentioned that Gold Cup pairs title that Dan Nichols picked up. He picked that up in 2017 alongside Scott Baker. Before Scott Baker had a couple of years on the PDC Pro Tour. But it was an interesting final, beating Cameron Menzies and Jim McEwen.
140.
And that's a partnership that's gone on to good things. Jim McEwen, a series champion here at the Super Series, and Cameron Menzies, I think, is averaging about 110 for the season so far. Every time I see him, well over the 100 average, making big strides in the professional game.
$88. $97. $99. Daniel require 141. $41. Russia require 114.
We saw this go in the opening match by a 16-year-old. What about a 61-year-old? Can't manage it now.
Done that so many times this week, Ross Montgomery, when it comes to a combination finish, losing the opportunity on the opening dart.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Dan Nichols.
That perfect finishing continues here. I think
it's Dan to throw first.
for the
game on.
players that have come in to this group, having not played this week, sometimes they come in cold, don't they? But we're in a situation here where it's looking like all of the three incomers are going to win their opening games, and all of them going to do it with really sharp finishing.
What did I say at the start of the show? An unassuming group.
100.
It's not a group that's got big reputation. It's not a group that's got big names, but I do expect to see some big darts and some big moments, and Dan Nichols is getting better and better as this game goes on.
Statement display. And Ryan Branley was 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Jamie Kelling 4 out of 5.
60.
Dan Nichols could be 4 out of 4.
$85.
Shake of the head with a 5. not happy enough with the amount of trebles he's hit already and the big scoreboard lead he's got. He wants to be perfect. He wants to be top of the table. He wants to be top of the tree.
96.
He's got great expectations of himself. Not going to add a combination, but it won't matter.
56.
He set the standard here, Dan Nichols, and made everybody think.
Well, when he looked at the group, there was only one name he actually recognised, and that was Ross Montgomery. So if you can get him out of the way first with a victory, it'll set him up well for the day.
Game shot.
What a start.
Dan Nichols.
What a debut. What a moment for the ADC qualifier, Dan Nichols, on the Super Series stage for the first time, but playing on it like he's there every day. Ross Montgomery has been there every day this week, had a really good day yesterday, but it doesn't start well today. And Nichols, in his first match, averages just shy of 100, matches that finishing success of Kelling from the previous game, 4 out of 5, 100 checkout in there as well. That was absolutely stunning stuff for starters for Dan Nichols. He'll be back to play Darren Barton in a few games. Ross Montgomery will take on Ryan Branley, 45 years his junior. But before that, Dennis van der Ende looking to end a real drought here at the Super Series. He takes on Jamie Kelling next.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. What a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Deciding leg of 7. 180. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B would be contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely
shot leg.
outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Martin Adams will be in action this evening at the Modus Super Series. Group B getting underway from 10 p.m. with Adams, Thornton, Morris. But this afternoon, well, it's been the incomers that have made the progress in their opening match. Jamie Kelling, one of them, beating one of the Group A participants. He got the better of Darren Barton 4-3. 1-4-1 checkout. In fact, all 3 of the incoming players have had ton-topping checkouts, really good doubles percentages, and won their opening match. It all bodes well for Branley, Kelling and Nichols, who was a standout star of those 3 matches. A 99.93 average for Dan Nichols on debut.
First leg, it's
And we're going to
Dennis
see
to
another
throw
run
first.
of
Game on.
matches between the incomers and the players that have been here all week, starting with Kelling against van der Ende, who really is going to need to start winning and start winning
57.
soon. Hasn't had a victory since game 10 on Monday when he beat Ross Montgomery 4-2. So that's now a dozen defeats on the bounce for the Dutchman.
93.
Starting to move towards record territory here for Van der Ende, and that's a record no one wants to have.
96.
It's not getting any easier for him here, having to take on the group favourite in Jamie Kelling. A guy who really got stronger as the game went on.
98. 140.
It's not like he's been a million miles away, Dennis. He's been
100.
there or thereabouts, just not been able to string enough together to mount a serious charge.
42.
Mistakes like that put his throw under danger.
60.
Well, we have seen Kelling take out something big. The biggest shot of the day so far was a 1-4-1.
134. Jamie Rick 150.
And this would be a really good time to strike. Oh, does he stay there? It's a great guide that. He does. For double 15. Oh, so close.
120. Finish, you require 32. Game shot on the first leg. Dennis
Yeah,
Van
he
der
thought
Ende.
it was his day, wouldn't he? Had he hit that one, got himself out of another sticky situation
Second
there.
leg is
But
Jamie to throw first.
Van der Ende
Game on.
gets a leg on the board. Got to hold a throw, and that's all he's got to do here.
180. 80.
He can't miss the treble 20 at the moment. Hit 2 of them at the end of the previous leg.
125.
And then 5 on the spin before a 5 put paid to the prospect of a perfect leg.
And you can see he was starting to think
140.
about it already, the reaction on missing dart number 6. There is often that question, when do players start to
60.
think of the 9-darter? I'm guessing you thought of it when you once hit the first one in the treble, didn't you, Chris?
Oh, before that.
140. Jamie Rick 136.
Ironically, Van der Ende is the one that ends up on 141. Kelling was hoping to be there,
100.
and he's
Dennis
already
Rick
taken it out today.
141. 65. Jamie requires
4 from 5 in the opening game. Jamie Kelling on the doubles. That's a long way off.
80.
Unable to find the required
Finish, you require
adjustment.
76.
These are the chances. If Van der Ende's going to end this run of losers, he's going to have to start finding.
Well, in that first match, Jamie Kelling didn't
36.
give a
Jamie
single opportunity to his
require 80.
opponent when he had a shot at a double. He hit it in that visit. In this match, twice,
Game shot on the
he's
second
already
leg.
given that
Jamie
opportunity.
Kelling.
But all's well that ends well on that occasion. 1-1.
You can
Well, against
sometimes just
Dennis
become a
to
bit
throw
expectant
first.
as well
Game
when
on.
that happens. I wonder if he knows where the camera is as well. Certainly that reaction would suggest he does. A double people's eyebrow.
26. 41.
You're going to be participating later in the series, aren't you? You
96.
certainly know where the cameras are, so I'm looking forward to the full array of expressions.
Don't forget the bow after the
100.
180 as well. That's assuming there will be one.
$58.
I think you need to do it after every 180 in an empty room as well.
Yeah, used to playing darts in an empty room.
60. 27.
Messy couple of visits from Ende. And this is what I was talking about. He's not been far away in regards to
60.
the required standard. It's just these little dips in the middle part of the game where their opponent's just stepping in and punishing.
58.
9 darts without a big power treble. And then they got that visit in there as well where he didn't even keep it straight. It's just allowing Kelling a bit of freedom.
97.
Kelling's only found the 2 trebles in this leg, but it's enough to get nearly 100 points advantage.
Ende fighting back.
140. Jamie require 143.
Kelling may need to take out something big again. That won't happen this time around.
59. Dennis should require 96.
Could go double-double. Ups against it. That was for double 14.
79.
Miles
Jamie
off.
require 84.
Single 14 is found. So a dart at the ball.
59.
Close,
Dennis should
but no
require
cigar.
17. No score. Jamie require 25.
More opportunities. If you've had 24 darts to hold your throat, you've been very fortunate.
Game
You
shot
will
the
get
third
no more.
leg. Jamie Kelling.
Jamie Kelling finally gets over the line for the breaker throw.
Fourth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on. $45. $80.
Brutal bounce out.
There'll also be a part here for Ende that he's not just playing this game, that he's not just up there against Jamie Kelling. He's probably also playing those demons, playing the story, playing the thing we're talking about. Are we looking at someone who's going to be challenging the record for most defeats in a row? We want to break that pattern. He's probably not even playing the group right now.
100.
He's just desperate for a win.
$57. $60. $57. Jamie, you require 156. $100. Dennis, you require 167. $98. Jamie require
Kelling,
56.
to give himself a bit of a cushion. He's done it again. He did this in the opening game. Does recover it this time.
16. Dennis, you require
He's
69.
offered Ende a chance back into the game. Need a player able to take charge of this one. Oh, he's just got that in the 18. Does the right thing here. Have a little pause. Have a reset. Can't find the double.
Jamie, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth leg. Jamie Kelling.
And there is that little bit of cushion, that bit of advantage
The
now
thing
on
is,
the
Dennis
scoreboard
to
for
throw
Jamie
first.
Kelling, looking to
Game on.
double up on his Thursday afternoon here at the Super Series. A 4-3 success in his opening game against Darren Barton.
30.
Looking to double up against the players from Group A.
$140.
It could have gone differently, couldn't it, for Kelling. In
38.
the middle of that match against Barton, he was under pressure. He managed to turn it around with a little help from misses by Darren, but it's suddenly looking really comfortable, isn't it?
91.
And it's not looking comfortable because Kelling's making it. He's not head and shoulders above here. It's because Ende is just starting to spray darts
100.
and coming up very, very dry around the treble. Feels a bit like a practice game at the moment for Kelling.
140. $58. Jamie require 130.
Is he going for it?
90.
Hops against it.
I like that. Sensible play there for Kelling. Most important thing here is the points on the board, and he's given himself the best opportunity.
105. Jamie require
Tops
40.
to take it. Double 10. Well, Ende gets a look at the 170.
Require 170.
This will be the moment of the week for Ende.
140. Jamie
Well,
requires
hits a 140.
20.
Stays there for some reason. Maybe he just thought it was over anyway. Is he right? Is he right? He is. As Kelling claims it 4-1 and doubles up on victories here in Group C. The start that he desired. Kelling with a decent display, but still really yet to get out of first gear. Knows that there is improvement ahead, but has done more than enough to defeat Dennis van der Ende, whose misery continues. An unlucky 13-match losing streak now for the Dutchman. Kelling, though, picking up his second win of the day, and the 16-year-old Ryan Branley hoping to do the same when he faces the 61-year-old Ross Montgomery after this break.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
This is where... Hang on, wow. One bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment.
Oh, hello.
It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. Very, very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And don't let that stand up, so will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Tops for a breaker throw. With a double 20. Tops for the match. Starts
Darts for Fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it's a return to the stage for Ryan Branley, the 16-year-old who's making his debut here at the Super Series, and now has to take on one of the more experienced players, not just in the Super Series, but in terms of darts, 61-year-old Ross Montgomery. When Ryan Branley was first born, Ross Montgomery had already debuted at the Lakeside 2 years prior. Just to give you some context in regards to the difference we're going to see here. But there's not too much difference in regards to how they can throw the darts and the standards of which they can produce. We saw a very good performance from Ryan Branley in the opening game.
First leg, it's Ross to throw first. Game on!
Branley treating us to two big finishes, the 101, the 114, taking to the stage with calm and ease. But we feel he's going to need a lot more here on Ross Montgomery, setting the tone.
$100.
Ross Montgomery, he did go down in his opening game. That was just a game ago, so he hasn't had long to regroup. Whatever he's done seems to be putting it right. He lost 4-1 to another debutant in Dan Nichols, who was running for the majority of the game around the 100 average.
128.
Ross Montgomery getting an eye-opener in regards to the standard that is coming through here to the Super Series.
100. $60. Ross should require 141.
We've seen this finish go today already. Jamie Kelling with a game turner in his opening game. But again, for Ross Montgomery, when he's on these combination shots, wayward with the first.
73. $46. Russia requires 68.
Good use of the board there, and really good, mature thinking from Ryan to utilise the 25 to leave a shot. It's a shot for Montgomery to take the opening leg.
Game shot on the first leg.
A good, solid 15 darter. Didn't face too much adversity in his opening game, Ryan, other than that he caused himself. But now he's up against a seasoned campaigner.
$134.
A lot of support tuning in from the northeast to see how Ryan gets on here at the Super Series. They'll know what he's capable of. They're just seeing it.
135. $100.
He's very much there or thereabouts. Very good tight grouping right on the wire when he is missing.
100.
But Montgomery very steely focused in there.
131.
Now, it's interesting, isn't it, seeing the more experienced players play these young upstarts who do often get onto the stage with no fear, and how they try and use that experience to
Ryan Eric 136.
Use a punt on the Montgomery nickname to boss them, to old man them, if you like.
58.
I'm sure you've got a few of your own ideas.
I don't know what you're trying to say, Murph. I've never been one to participate in the mind games.
58. Ryan Eric 178.
Whatever mind games can be employed, the bit you do on the dartboard is always the most important, and the bit that Branley has been very good at today is the finishing. The combinations have been
The leg, it's
First
Ross
class
to throw first.
from the youngster.
Game on.
See, really neat and
100.
tidy start to this match. Montgomery upping his game and Branley doing similar.
60.
I can't think of too many more sports or scenarios other than darts where you ever get this sort of scenario. We were saying at the start of this match how Ross Montgomery debuted at Lakeside
60.
in the BDO World Championships 2 years before Ryan was even born.
Yeah, there aren't many, are there? Maybe snooker, you could get it. There is a
66.
young teenage talent on tour at the moment, but to be honest, not many players are playing at a high level in their 60s in snooker.
$100.
Darts is, I think, it's one of the beauties of this sport. You had a world finalist at
96.
17. Yeah, Phil Taylor was still picking up world titles in his 50s.
60.
Yeah, age no barrier to participation in this sport. Look how long it took Peter Wright to start winning big titles, and then they all come
139.
flying to him in his late 40s.
In fact, one of the most symbolic moments of the Super Series was Luke Littler actually handing the Super Series title to Jim McEwen, who was 40 years older than him. He'd won the previous series, Luke, and he came down to present the trophy to Chucky, who won the next one. Options. Stays there. Hits again for double 10.
120. Russia requires 61.
That could be a big moment in the context of the game, because that was for a breaker throw.
Just checking. The eyes are the first to go. But he does tee up tops.
Game
And he
on the
nails
third
it.
leg. Ross Montgomery.
Big moment, as Matthew Edgar suggested. The double 10 missed at the end of the
Full flag
140
against Ryan
combo,
to
and
throw
Montgomery
first.
punishes.
Game. $99.
Doesn't really penetrate the board very deep, does he? Ryan Branley. Sometimes you just feel the dart's a little loose, and
100.
it's like he's aware of that as well, because he's going straight down to the switch.
$134.
Just looking at the action as well, actually. He's using the Adobe dart, he's using the Adobe flight, but there's actually a little bit of Adobe in the actual setup as well.
140.
Yeah, I can see what you mean.
92.
Modelled himself on a hero.
$140.
Might be a good chance Chris Dobie's tuning in. See how Ryan gets on. They're certainly very supportive of their own up in the northeast.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would have given him those darts and not made him pay for them. Well, will Ross Montgomery be made to pay for missing the big number there? Double 14. Interesting route. Still has a chance at double 7.
69. Ross, you require 40.
I'll come on to that in a moment and get your thoughts, because there are more than one way to skin a cat.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And Montgomery
Ross
punishes there. I
Montgomery.
think that type of route is good
Fifth
for a player
leg,
like
it's
me.
Ross to throw first. Game.
But I think it's also the type of route where you're thinking about what happens if you miss more. Your thoughts on that?
Well, that's a valid argument, it's a valid point. I do think a lot of the time people
100.
set things up or have backup plans when essentially you don't need them. And it's sort of just setting that negative thinking before you've even thrown a dart or before you've even played the situation. I was speaking to a player very recently here at the Super Series who was saying, well, if I don't get my tour card, I'm going to go do this and do that.
180!
And quite frankly, you're already thinking about the possibility of not getting one, so why are you going in the first place?
125.
Good response this, though, from Ryan Branley. Just trying to cling on to the coattails here of Ross Montgomery, who is really putting on the afterburners now.
137.
Best performance we've seen here from Ross Montgomery. And I wonder if he watched that opening game from Ryan and thought, I've really got to be on it in this one. Time on his side.
$68.
Time on his side. It meant he didn't have to go the bullseye route. Ryan Branley can just hit and hope. Needs to find at least one treble to leave a finish.
60.
Can't do so.
So
Montgomery, 6 darts.
But
only needs the one. Ryan Branley, the 16-year-old, tastes defeat for the first time on the Super Series stage, and it is at the hands of the 61-year-old Ross Montgomery, who puts in a stellar performance. He was the guy to keep an eye on today. The guy we thought could top the table. 98.12 average there for Ross Montgomery. Ryan Branley didn't do too much wrong. He just ran into one there from the boss. Coming up next, we've got Darren Barton taking on Dan Nichols.
The action continues here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, UK, the home of the Modus Super Series. And on the hockey now, we've got the Spartan. Darren Barton taking on the exciting talent on first look in Dan Nichols, who, like his opponent, made it through an ADC qualifier to get here. and produced one of the best performances we've seen on a debut, certainly from an ADC qualifier. Fantastic stuff in his opening win.
First leg, it's
against
Darren
Ross
to
Montgomery,
throw
in which
first. Game on.
Nichols averaged just under 100, was 4 out of 5 on the doubles, took out 100 and really put on a show, made a bit of a statement, and Barton will be
100.
under no illusions now as to what he's up against here.
He played it with pace, he played it with confidence and a little bit of swagger.
85.
But now the next question emerges, because we've seen before players come onto the Super Series stage, play really well. Game 1, when all that adrenaline and excitement's pumping. But as the day goes
100.
on, does the performance sustain? Because one of the unique things about the Super Series is the amount of
55.
games you've got to play in a day.
Just while we're on the topic of that fantastic debut display, worth noting some of the best ones
85.
we've had here at the Super Series. The very best Cam Crabtree, who on his first match in this building averaged 115.62.
140.
Incredible display. Richie Burnett averaged 105.18. That's actually the next best, but we kind of expected that of the Prince of Wales. Also honourable mentions for Berry Van Peer over 104. Tom Sykes,
140.
102 again as an ADC qualifier, and he went on to reach a series final. And Andy Barton's is now a 2-card holder. 101.42. Nichols not far off that standard in his debut appearance.
What was mine? Was it 100 and... 100 and...
I'm just scrolling down. Give me 17 minutes.
Game
there we go.
The first leg. Darren Barton
gets the win. And Owen Binks just telling Dan Nichols to hold his horses. I've got there, Matthew. Do you really want to know?
Yeah, go on, yeah.
85.89.
Who was it against?
Richie Parkin.
Oh, yes, I remember that, actually, yes. That was probably one of the best 85 averages we've had on the Super Series stage as well.
He did win the match 4-0. Also my producer tells me, he also tells me it was in April of 2023. Was it April the 1st by any chance?
Well, I can also tell you that I won the group. I remember that well.
Thought you might.
60.
Well, the question that I'm going to put to you here, because you've also got a decent record of making predictions and being successful
99.
with those. Who's going to win this group based on having seen all the players now a couple of times?
I think that is a very, very tricky question, because
96.
we've seen enough from 5 players to suggest that they can. I think I'm going to give Van der Ende the marker pen and suggest that he's not going to make it, but I think it could be any of 5. It's all going to come down to who can find that little bit of consistency.
100.
At the moment, Jamie Kelling leading the way because he's won his first 2 fixtures.
78.
But we've seen real interesting signs from the youngster, Ryan Branley, Ross Montgomery raising his levels. You've got experience with Montgomery as well. Dan Nichols, what can he produce? So many questions and not enough answers at the moment, I feel.
95. Darren requires 65.
So 15 remaining. To double his lead.
61. Daniel require 94.
Great dart. 2 10s.
Game shot the
1-1.
second leg. Dan Nichols. Third leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game.
Well, all that practice he got in this morning really paying off when it's coming to the doubles. Very strong finishing in his opening game and backing it up here.
100.
Been on the practice board since probably about 10 o'clock this morning.
100.
That is one of the things when you play with a bit of rhythm and a bit of pace, you play on feel like Dan Nichols does. Sometimes you need that extra time on the practice board when you're not aiming and sighting the dart, and you've just got to find that range, get the trust within your throat. And he's cooking.
180.
And it could be a fruitful little spell for him, just based on what you said. He plays 2 of the next 3 matches, does Dan Nichols. So if he can keep riding that wave, could turn into a perfect start. The next game is against the other player who's had a perfect start in, Jamie Kelling.
171.
But it's back-to-back 3 treble visits to tee up. Now this is interesting to see what he does, because he's on a possible 10-dart finish, but to get a 10-darter, he'd have to hit the bullseye.
He did just look at the scoreboard to see where Darren Barton was, and that maximum may change his mind.
I think it did. And that was a kind of dead cat maximum as well, because he's left 21 by hitting it, but he got the big call from the referee. The flashing lights in the arena, and maybe just did enough to put Dan Nichols off a little bit there.
Game shot.
Brilliant stuff.
Darren Barton.
By the Spartan.
Full flag, it's down to throw first.
I've seen that tactic employed many times when you play in these sort of stage environments. I've seen players do it to leave 3 before, just to make that big moment, that big call. Darren Barton has been our biggest 180 hitter this week, and that one probably the most important in regards to the timing of it.
59.
And that dart there is the one I think is going to change as people look more into the mathematics and the counting, because now if Dan Nichols hits a maximum, he cannot leave a finish. Had he used the 17s, he could have left the 164.
99.
The arithmetic is becoming more advanced in this game of throws.
It just shows now that the point of when you start thinking about the finish is actually coming in the first 6 as well.
Well, we're using snooker as a comparison earlier, weren't we? And that's something where that's always been the case, that they're thinking
60.
Not just about the shot in front of them, not just about the next shot, but 3, 4, 5 shots ahead.
Yeah, what's the way out of the situation? And in that one, you're still 9 darts away.
90.
There's only been one match so far today that hasn't ended in a 4-1 scoreline, and it was the one involving Darren Barton, who lost in a last leg decider
58.
against Jamie Kelling in game
Darren,
2.
you require 107.
Barton here hoping to make the favourite scoreline for this match 4-1. If you can take this out, it's a breaker throw, and he would throw for the match. 2 spectacular
83.
shots on offer there. The
And
170 doesn't go. How about the 125? 60 for tops. Not to beat.
65. Darren, you require 87. $77. Dan, you require 60.
Chance to retaliate in similar style to what happened to him in the last leg.
40.
Interesting that, because there was no
Darren,
rhythm
you
there, was there? He had
require
to move for every dart, so had to throw that full process every time, not the way he likes to play the game. Didn't really get near the doubles, but nor does Barton.
6. Dan, you require 20.
So that was the first miss for Dan Nichols when it comes to taking out a finish.
6.
Which
Darren, you require
tends to be the
4.
process when you get that first one, the second, they all come very quickly, and it could be punished.
Having to manoeuvre around that one. And he does so
James on the
beautifully.
4th
Just
leg.
understood the
Darren
behaviour of his darts there, and opens up that 2-leg buffer and will throw
5th leg,
for
it's
what would
Darren
be
to throw first.
another 4-1
Game
scoreline
on.
today. 5 out of the 6 matches heading in that direction.
That's very central. Gives him options in the treble bed.
140. $60.
Just starting to extend here on Dan Nichols. The two debutants in this group, Dan Nichols and Ryan Branley, both hit the ground running with 4-1 wins in their opening game. But they're both in danger of losing 4-1 in the second.
85. $100. $28.
Dealing with setbacks, dealing with adversity was something we was intrigued to see in regards to Ryan,
41.
but we may be seeing how Dan Nichols is dealing with it as well, because since those missed opportunities, hasn't found that same rhythm.
137.
It's going to help the situation, but still behind the darts.
$45. $60. Darren never require 152.
This then for the win. Another in there. Couldn't follow it, but he's going to put himself in a very promising position here. And Nichols must hit this.
And he won't.
57.
Much opportunity for Darren Barton
Darren
to join
24.
the points party.
Double 12. Pulled. Double 6. Going to try and bounce it in off the barrier.
12.
Couldn't quite manage it.
Requires
Stay of
74.
execution at the very least here for Dan Nichols. Oh, only needed to hit the big number there.
34.
Barton was not looking at his back turned totally.
Darren require 12.
Get the sense that early in the day, both these players are feeling this is a really big match, a really big moment. Certainly Darren Barton, having lost his first, will feel that. And he does manage to get over the line.
Darren Barton!
The 4-1 victory for the Spartan, who sees off Dan Nichols. The battle of the ADC qualifiers goes the way of the man who's been here all week. Nichols, who had a stellar start to his debut day, could not repeat that kind of performance. Average dropping by some 20 points from his first match. 9 darts missed at double, the big problem. And Darren Barton, well, a sigh of relief at the end as he sort of fell over the line, but he does get the 2 points, meaning Dennis van der Ende is the only player yet to pick up a win, and he's back in action next, looking to change that when he takes on Ross Montgomery. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first 6 games of Group C have been completed, and this is what's happened in them, 5 of them. With a 4-1 scoreline, Ryan Branley on debut, beating Dennis van der Ende. Dan Nichols a couple of games later, getting a very good win on his debut against Ross Montgomery. He then beat Branley, and Nichols went down to Barton. Jamie Kelling winning both of his matches, and Dennis van der Ende losing both of his. Van der Ende looking to put an end to a 13-match losing streak now when he takes on Ross Montgomery. Just did say this, didn't we, earlier in the week, Matt, that Dennis needed to find a victory from somewhere sooner rather than later, because it can just almost feel like mission impossible.
I think he probably feels like that now already, and he'll look ahead to his fixtures, and he's got no time off here in regards to Ross Montgomery, who really did put out a statement performance last time. His all-round game today for Ross Montgomery has been decent. He's been improving since the middle part of Group A.
Game on. $60.
One thing he's really put right today, that was an issue in his Group A campaign. The dart drifted into the 5.
125.
It feels like the first time I've really noticed it today with that first one going across, which is probably why we've had this increase in performance and increase in averages from Ross Montgomery. Really steely, focused performance against a 16-year-old Ryan.
98.
And for a player like Ross Montgomery to come here for a full week at the Super Series, it doesn't feel good not getting to Saturday. You need 96. That Saturday. It's the minimum requirement, the minimum expectation. Certainly, if you want to make it a profitable journey.
100. $57. $100. Then it's 148.
Another one of those. Leaves a double 14.
120. Russia
Van der
requires
Ende.
78.
Will he be back? These are the sort of shots that Montgomery's been mopping up today.
$72. Dennis, you require 28. Game shot on the first leg. Dennis van der Ende.
So first blood to the Dutchman.
Second leg, it's Ross to throw first. Game on. $140. $100.
Not much wrong from Ross in this match yet. Would expect him to
180.
put pressure on Van der Ende leg after leg. And that maximum rather makes that point.
96.
Van der Ende, he has only picked up the one victory so far this week, but that was against Ross Montgomery. That win coming on Monday.
22.
In fixture number 10, which would have been played around 12:30. So he's gone quite some time and quite some games without being able to register a win, but maybe just has a few more positive vibes, a bit more encouragement when he's up there against a man he's already beat this week.
$127.
Montgomery has left himself well placed on double 16 after 12 darts. In the second leg. This for a hold of throw.
Russia require 32. Game shot on the second leg.
Nicely done.
Ross Montgomery. Third leg, it's Dennis to throw first.
No fuss there for Montgomery, a 14 darter to hold the throw. I'll be hoping for something similar against the darts. Have a commanding break.
45.
See him go to the hockey, springing his step, sensing the opportunity.
99. $93.
Feels like he's found something, doesn't it? Almost eliminated, for the most part, yesterday, those
59.
stray darts, and we're not seeing many of them today.
Seems to be a very controlled aggression about Ross Montgomery at the moment. We've seen him be a bit smiley. We've seen him offer advice.
96.
Seen many different approaches from Montgomery this week, but this one, very controlled
120.
Relaxed concentration.
Seen him miscount as well to leave the 166. He didn't need to stay on the 18s after the first start. Should have switched across to the 20s after that. A couple more points would have left him 164.
98.
That's quite a common thing as well, isn't it? Players are getting where to start on combinations, but after dart 1 don't really know how to follow up.
96.
Yeah, just persist with the switch for a bit too long. But he's got his opportunity within that 5-visit block to get that breaker throw.
28.
Ende could hold on to his throw.
This is the big number,
38.
so will not get a dart at the bullseye. You feel the way Ross Montgomery's been playing today and yesterday, he's not going to let the opportunity pass him by, and he doesn't. Commanding stagecraft straight back down the hockey.
To throw first. Game on.
In full control.
$45.
Frustrating shot there for Montgomery, who barely had the hard work done with the breaker throw. Then you just offer the chance back, but Ende, as he's done for the entire week, unable to cash it in.
$100. $58.
You've already put the marker pen through the name of Dennis van der Ende, but if he does lose this match, it will be all 3 games lost
100.
today. And then you're looking at asking a man who's lost 14 games in a row to win his remaining 7.
60.
Yeah, although I do feel 12 points might be enough in this group, because I think we've got a very evenly matched group here where a lot of people are going to beat each other. And I think with that, that ceiling of qualification may just come down from the
60.
expected 14 points down to 12 for this week's Group C. There's a prediction for your notepad. I've not predicted who's going to be the qualifiers as of yet, but I can tell you the points I think it'll be.
Yeah, maybe
100.
a little closer than we might have thought before any darts were thrown today, because obviously we had a few unknown quantities in this group.
96. Russia require 96.
Ross wants 96 himself. We would see the more modern player. Look at the double-double there. Ross Montgomery, very old school in his approach. Trying to find a way into the treble.
$92. Ross, you require 40. Game shot on the 4 flag.
Ross the boss,
Montgomery.
and another potential 4-1 on the cards here.
5th leg, it's Dennis to throw first. Game.
If Montgomery wins this leg, that would see 6 matches of the 7 go in 5 legs.
131.
To paraphrase an old expression, all for 1 and 1 for 3.
$85. $140.
But that scoreline looks less likely now as Van der Ende makes good progress in leg 5.
$100. $60. $55. Dennis, you require 170.
Montgomery unable to close the gap on the scoreboard.
$40.
But Van der Ende just stumbling as the finishing line of the leg starts to come on the horizon.
$91. Dennis, you require 130.
Didn't even entertain going for the treble there. Worried about the lie, worried about the flight.
Double 5.
125.
Can't take out the little fish. Ross Montgomery will have a go at the big one.
170.
He was doing that quite a lot.
86.
At any given time, Monday and Tuesday. You noted yesterday that often in the big moments is when the dart to the 5 came in for Ross Montgomery, and that one gives Van der Ende a chance.
1. Ross, you require 84.
Can't take the chance, so 84 for the snarling Scot to seal a second success of the day. The bull will do it.
59.
Oh, that's close.
Dennis, you require 4.
Feel this is last chance saloon as far as this fixture goes.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Dennis Van der
Was
Ende.
that last one in hand? That saves the day, keeps him alive, gives him some hope.
6th leg, it's Ross to throw first. Game on.
But yesterday, Murph, when we got to that situation of the 170 and we talked about the big fish, it did set off a bit of silliness for us regarding fish jokes and puns, and I'm not going to do that today because there's no place for it.
$56.
Now everybody's waiting for a response, but I'm going to remain totally professional.
45. $97.
That aggression etched on the face of Montgomery again.
100.
He's got a bit of a snarl about him, hasn't he? Obviously, the greatest snarler in the game, John Part.
39.
Kevin Painter gives him a run for his money at times.
Kevin Painter, I'm sure we'll see back at the Super Series at some point now that he's
60.
battled the demons of dartitis. I saw some articles coming out from the PDPA the last couple of days.
Yeah, brilliant story actually. Painter
114.
indulging in some sort of hypnotherapy, wasn't it, that helped him out of that?
Goes to show that it can be beaten. Just 8 sessions it required for Kevin Painter to get rid of the dartitis.
Yeah, pulled out of a previous Super Series because he didn't feel comfortable while going through those problems, but it will be great to welcome the artist back.
Russia require 116.
Right now, though, looking to paint by numbers here. Ross Montgomery on 116. Finds a red bit. And now wants the top bit.
76. Then it should require 154.
We'll get another go to get the job done. To move his
56.
points tally on to 4.
Russia require 40.
Yeah, lost his opening match today, Ross Montgomery, but has bounced back well since then. And double 10 would seal that second win.
20.
Just deflected off the dart. A final opportunity for Dennis van der
Then it should
Ende.
require 98.
Well, this is a big moment because this could be a game turner. If he takes this out, he'll have the throw in the deciding leg. To take it out, he's going to have to see Ross Montgomery miss another 3.
20. Ten. Then it should require 40. $20.
Well, such a good opportunity that. Remember,
10.
he's chasing a win for the first time in 14 games. Does he get another unexpected chance? Or can Montgomery put it away? He can't.
6. Then it should require 20.
The missed doubles starting to add up, the missed opportunities.
Game shot on the
And now the opportunity is in the hands of Dennis van der Ende. The only man he's beat so far this week is Ross Montgomery. He's 501 points away from doing it again.
And we so often focus on the end of groups, but if Ross Montgomery doesn't make it through
58.
at the end of tomorrow, having lost this match today, surely it's going to be the one he looks back on and says, all those match darts.
Essentially,
78.
if everybody else continues to beat van der Ende, it's like playing the whole group, but with a bit of a handicap if you're the only person to lose to the man at the bottom.
100.
Although, you never know what a win could do. It could get van der Ende back into contention.
$140.
Desperate darts there for Montgomery, coming at the perfect time.
58. $58. $115.
Well, can Dennis van der Ende bring to an end a 13-match losing streak in the most sensational style with a 170 finish? He can't, but he now
92.
will hope that Montgomery misses more match darts. Made it hard for himself, needs a treble, can't get one. A chance for van der Ende to bring the drought to an end.
Should be getting at least a dart at a double. That makes it tricky. Now needs to find the treble. Not that one.
46. Russia requires
This is where the mess of the shot last time for Ross Montgomery's left him work to do.
It goes from bad to worse. He needs a treble still. He gets one. This will be a dart through the heart of Dennis. Oh,
71.
so close.
Dennis
And now Dennis in a position that he's rarely been.
No score.
It's a cruel game.
Ross, you require 8.
Dennis van der Ende had his chance to bring the losing streak to an end. But Ross Montgomery can make it continue. But he won't feel like he bossed the match, but he did win the match.
Montgomery.
Van der Ende had the opportunity to get a second win of the week. And a second win of the week against Ross Montgomery. It would have been his first since Monday. Ross, well, yeah, we know how you feel, mate. But he did get the job done in the end. And in truth, it could be a really pivotal match. It takes him to 4 points. Same as Jamie Kelling at the top of the table. 2 wins from 3 for Ross Montgomery, but it's now 14 straight defeats for Dennis van der Ende, whose week is turning into a nightmare. Coming next, the unbeaten Jamie Kelling takes on the debutant Dan Nichols. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've reached the middle match of this afternoon's action, the first in a double session of darts. Jamie Kelling taking on Dan Nichols in this one. Kelling has won both of his games. Nichols has had the most impressive performance when he won his first game, 4-1 against Ross Montgomery, and averaged just shy of 100 in the process. But that came down in defeat to Darren Barton in his previous game. And you do get the sense with these players that are throwing in that machine gun fashion, like Dan Nichols, that they will get spells where they're playing right at the top of the game, but similar spells where they're playing at the basement of their ability. So we could see some sort of inconsistency.
100.
But what he has shown is that he's very capable of winning matches and maybe even progressing from this group.
Oh, absolutely. You're getting
81.
consistency with a player this quick because it's all done on rhythm and feel. And shot by shot, it has to feel right. And you'll tend to find that it starts well, it'll continue to go well. And
100.
if it starts bad, it'll continue to stay the same. It's hard to change that pattern.
60.
I think the rhythm of this game, the pacing of it may be a bit more suitable to him because Jamie Kelling is
100.
sort of in between paces, isn't he? He's not a deliberate player, but he's not someone who's sort of a free-flowing, quick player. So an ideal pace to play. We'll just keep Dan Nichols in check.
100. $89. Jamie require 101.
Thought he was going to go one step further on the blind darts there and actually look at the wall while he was throwing that one. He was still setting the dart in his hand as he looked over to the scoreboard.
45.
Great stuff.
171.
Tap on the shoulder for Jamie Kelling. More of a thump, actually. But that's a good guide. The way his darts hit the board, that would have been the perfect line to follow, but couldn't quite make the necessary adjustment.
Game shot on the first leg.
And Nichols could. To break in leg one.
Second leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game.
Jamie Kelling yet to be defeated today, winning both of his first two games, but it's not because he's been head and shoulders the best performer of the players so far. He's just
121.
timed the right things and done the right moments, and that one of the first times where it's gone against him.
100. $60. $43. $58. $98.
He's so quick that when he's throwing, you don't even notice if he's going to be moving across. You're sort of just hoping he's got the maths and scoreboard situation correct.
$84. Jamie require 124.
Treble 18. Nichols with a real opportunity here.
40. Dan, you require 80.
Double his advantage.
Game shot on the second leg.
Beautiful.
Dan Nichols.
Great angle as well there to show the angle of entry of his darts because it's slightly deceiving.
Jamie to throw first.
They land pretty flat, don't they?
Yeah, they really do.
60.
A lot will come down to the grip of the dart as well. Quite a long dart, and he's gripping it sort of towards the front end.
40.
But the key attribute in his opening game, when he averaged nearly 100, was those finishes and those little combos. He completely lost those in game number 2, finishing at 1 from 10 attempts. Certainly got that strength back in his game again here.
$85.
There we get a closer look at that angle of entry. So, yeah, it's slightly north leaning, but pretty flat in comparison to the way that Kelling's darts enter the board. They really do sort of stand to attention. And it does mean that on a shot like 80 that we just saw him take out, that he's going to be able to see more of the double 20 bed.
Yeah, that's... If you could pitch a dart perfectly, it is just that slight little bit of lift. Because you tend to find that you keep the whole board open to yourself. If you've got a flat angle of entry, you tend to find you block tops, or you can't go above the treble 20 wire. If you've got it a bit too upright, you can't go below it, but then you block 16s and 10s.
We might see it here, might we? Because he's on 74. So if he goes to the treble 14, Kelling, and hits the single, well, he goes 18s to, probably to counter that problem, actually.
64. Down to require 118.
Well, so the combination shots have been his friend today. This would be a massive one if he can just get over the top. We got over the top, but way too far.
Jamie, you require 10.
But I don't know too many players that come to the board wanting double 5 who are very confident about it.
Might be more confident with that marker. 2 markers. Can't utilise them. Game getting away from Kelling.
I think that reaction tells you he feels the same as well.
On the third leg, Darren Nichols.
Nichols in full control, the double breaker throw.
First. Game on.
4 opportunities now to give Jamie Kelling his first defeat of the day.
Just seen it again a couple of times, the advantage of that different angle of entry for Dan Nichols. He's taken out 80 and 60 with darts in the 20. This time does come away, and he does so successfully. Kelling uses long darts as well, so
41.
he could sort of stand up so dramatically. He could almost hit a treble 20 and block tops.
$125.
And he's got that other slight advantage of the ability to go above or below a dart already in the treble.
100. $44.
But the main takeaway from this game is that he might be about to get a 4-0 win against the only unbeaten player in this group.
56. Danny require
He's got time.
154.
It's in his own hands. He uses the luxury of the setup shot absolutely perfectly to bring himself down to a single dart finish.
57. Danny requires 16. Game shot on the match.
And there it is. A whitewash win for Dan Nichols against Jamie Kelling, who up to that point had won both of his games. And, well, we are getting a rather interesting group where anybody seems to be able to beat anybody else. Nichols getting his second win from his 3 matches on his first appearance. He's taken to the Super Series like a duck to water, and he has eased past Jamie Kelling in that one. Next up, it is the 16-year-old upstart here at the Live Lounge, Ryan Branley. He faces Darren Barton.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scave. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we just saw a very good win for Dan Nichols that's actually taken him to the top of the table. He beat Jamie Kelling, who was unbeaten before that game, and he beat him 4-0, meaning he now leads on leg difference with 4 points, along with Kelling and Ross Montgomery in second. Dennis van der Ende missed the opportunity to beat Montgomery in that match, and Ryan Branley and Darren Barton, well, one of them will also go to 4 points at the end of the game that's about to take place. Barton up against the teenage talent that is Branley, and we've been talking about it most of the day, but it's pick any two, isn't it, from 5 really. Dennis van der Ende we've kind of ruled out. The week hasn't been a good one for him, but any other two could go through based on the evidence we've seen so far. So matches like this are going to be key
to
getting that progression.
Especially now, Jamie Kelling's tasted defeat as well, so everyone has lost a game in the first couple of laps of fixtures.
140.
I'm really intrigued now, again, for the story of Ryan Branley. Hit the ground running, started well, played well against Montgomery, didn't get the win. What's the reaction? Well, it seems to be just more of the same. He just does himself, doesn't he? In fact, he's stepping it up.
140. 60. 180.
Stepping it up, he is. Back-to-back 140s and a maximum to kickstart proceedings. There's not much you can do about that.
140. Ryan required 41.
Other than start thinking of the next leg.
Game shot in the first leg. Ryan Branley.
Absolutely brilliant. 11 data from the 16-year-old Ryan Branley.
Game on.
Giving us our best leg of darts of the week.
And showing in flashes what he can do. We said the same about Dan Nichols.
100.
There are flashes of brilliance, and if he can produce enough of those in this short format, then he'll probably win enough matches.
The impressive thing for me, for Ryan, is even when he's not hitting, he is right there on that wire.
There is the potential, isn't there, on finals night for Ryan Branley to play
45.
Martin Adams, which would be the biggest age gap we've ever seen in a game at the Super Series. Potentially in the sport of darts.
59.
Well, I wouldn't even just say the sport of darts, I'd say potentially in sport.
There would be a 52 age difference. 52 years between them.
I can't think of any sport where that would be topped. Maybe chess.
59.
we get into the debate about what's a sport and what's not, and darts has been in that debate, hasn't it, over the years?
$92. Darren, you require 116. $27.
Well, that could be a slip that invites Ryan Branley back into the leg.
130. Darren, you require 89.
Now within striking range. Should Darren Barton make another mistake?
$65. Ryan, you require 102.
Well, we see the two sides of the coin,
36.
the brilliance
Darren, you require
by
24.
Branley in leg one, and just a little struggle towards the end of leg two, allowing Barton this opportunity. I think as soon as he threw that first dart where he did, he expected to deflect off it into the double with at least one of the two darts.
To throw first. Game on.
And despite that gulf in those opening two legs,
45.
they have been shared.
There've been two sort of contrasting legs, though, haven't they? From Ryan Branley, he won the opening leg in 11, and then the next leg was running 21 darts.
58. $140.
Do you know, I've been puzzled
60.
all week with Darren Barton, and I thought the whole setup, when he addresses the hockey and addresses the board, reminds me of someone. And I finally just twigged who it is.
35.
Scott Mitchell.
Well, actually, that angle, we saw him approach the hockey, it painted that picture perfectly. Almost like it was planned.
85.
Only threw a dart in the 5, so I make you totally right.
64.
Yeah, that's a great spot, actually. I think he heard you as well. It took him a good few seconds to throw that first dart.
100. Or only require 117.
On 57. Gets him a go at tops.
Game
He's been
shot
so good in
third
that
now.
department, hasn't he? On those
Ryan
combination
Branley.
finishes. Running out of paper to write them all down.
Fourth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Feels good about it as well, Ryan
100.
Branley, and why shouldn't he? To be up on that stage at 16 doing that kind of thing. Most of us would be a bag of nerves at any age, but he's just taking it in his stride.
He is sat quite well at the moment in regards to the PDC Development Tour as well, which would put him in the World Youth Championships.
140.
He could be a danger in that event. Certainly could be someone who could spoil a few parties.
140.
Well, he's now averaging in 3 figures here, Ryan Branley. Maybe making a real attention-grabbing display here.
Attention grabbing. It might be some screen grabbing right now. I'm sure a few family and friends will be screenshotting this right now to show Ryan that he was running over the 100 average.
May not count for anything. If Barton takes this out, the match will be square. Treble 17. leaves the ball.
114. Ryan Iroquois, 140.
We've had a couple of big finishes so far, Ryan Branley. This will be the biggest of them all.
$23. Darren Iroquois, 47.
One of those really unfortunate visits, that, because neither of the first two darts he threw were actually that far away from the intended target. He only scored 3 points for the two of them.
50.
He will get a chance at 117, though, and he took that out in the previous leg.
Well, history has a habit of repeating itself.
And there is nothing sweeter than a repeater.
Ryan Branley.
As Ryan Branley goes back-to-back with 117 checkouts to leave Darren Barton feeling flawed.
$180.
100% on the doubles. The second maximum of the game for Ryan Branley. 2 117 finishes. This is clinical.
Well, how interesting could it get? How exciting could it get?
180.
It can't get any more exciting than this. Ryan Branley, at 16 years of age, on his first appearance at the Modus Super Series, is on a 9-dart finish.
100. Ryan Iroquois.
He's given us an 11, the best leg of the week so far. There's only 2 more we can do better than that. And he was nearly there. A dart away from being able to have the big money shot.
89.
So close to a moment of history. Remember the name. I think he'll remember that moment.
But the serious business here, he's got a chance to win the game and a chance to do it with a second 11-dart leg.
Hasn't missed a double in the match, and that is a stunning performance by any measure. Ryan Branley, the teenage talent, defeats Darren Barton 4-1 and does it with an average of 104.53 in a match in which he threatened a perfect leg and did not miss a single dart at double. Read those stats, take them in. That lad is just 16 years of age, and that is what he can already do. Maybe we are witnessing the emergence of a super talent here at the Super Series, and we've got plenty more to come today. Next up, well, from 16 to 61, as Ross Montgomery takes on Jamie Kelling.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski.
Well, Smith, is it a 9? A long time, and that clenched fist. He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like that. Only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. If this would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
shot on the first leg.
Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is fouled.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Wow, just getting our breath back after that fantastic performance before the break. Ryan Branley averaging 104.53, hitting 4 out of 4 double attempts and getting close to a 9-dart finish, missing the 8th dart as he got a victory against Darren Barton that saw him move on to 4 points with 3 other players, Dan Nichols and Ross Montgomery, along with Jamie Kelling, all having a share of the lead. Darren Barton, after that defeat, 2 points off the pace, and that means that whoever wins the match that's about to take place between Montgomery and Kelling will be top of the table at the end of it. But before we get into this one, let's just get a few words from Matthew Edgar on the performance we just saw from the young super talent Ryan Branley.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. He's got better statistically with every single game he's played. He's been mightily impressive, and the doubles have been absolutely brilliant. When we look at what he's done across all his games so far, the combination finishes, really, really impressive. Be intrigued to see how he gets on, but he's certainly staking a claim here for a place on Saturday night.
As are this duo, and whoever wins the match will go top of the table provisionally. Of course, both Nichols and Branley are going to play each other. And the winner of that match will also get to 6 points. In between this and that, it's a fourth meeting of the week between Darren Barton and Dennis van der Ende.
Ross Montgomery just lost his way a little bit at the back end of the last game. He did get over the line, but it was a stumble over the line as van der Ende actually had match darts to beat him. So it'll be interesting to see which version of Ross Montgomery we get here, because it feels a bit all or nothing at the moment for the boss.
Yeah, we've seen all of his 3 previous days kind of come together to make one today. The best and the worst of Montgomery.
$135.
Kind of typified with that visit. 2 perfectly pitched darts and then a wayward one. The trouble he's been having in scoring this week has been darts
78.
drifting into the 5 segment.
$41. $59.
Haven't really seen the best of Jamie Kelling today, despite the fact he won 2 matches. Was given a rude awakening by Dan Nichols in his previous game when he crashed to a 4-0 defeat.
You require 164.
I think sometimes you need that sort of game when you've not been at it but you're getting wins. You can almost get a little bit complacent where you become almost expectant that you're just going to get there regardless. He's got a chance of breaking the Ross Montgomery throw here in the opening leg.
78. Jamie required 24. Game shot on the first leg. Jamie Kelling.
The reaction was say, oh, there you are. And that might be because in the last game, he had 7 darts at a double without any success.
Game.
Sometimes it can feel like so much more. 7 darts
100.
doesn't often sound like a lot, but if you split it down and you go, well, It was 2 darts in one leg, 2 darts in. You always feel you're getting chances and missing them. That's kind of how it was for Jamie Kelling in the last. It wasn't he had them all in one big sort of group.
$119. $125. $45.
Just has a feeling of after the Lord Mayor's show this match.
140.
Just that brilliant firework display from Ryan Branley. Difficult to follow.
121.
Needs to keep this one straight.
60. Jamie require
there would, of course, the 2 treble scenario.
$60. Russia require 121.
Again, on a makeable finish, and the first dart strays into that 5 segment.
Jamie require 56.
Pressure seems to affect Ross Montgomery.
And that's the 3rd time today Jamie Kelling's wanted 56 and ended up missing the single number. Instead of getting 2 darts, he only gets the 1.
Game shot on the second leg. Ross Montgomery.
Punished as well. As Montgomery cancels out that immediate break of throw that Kelling earned for himself.
Just keeping a real
100
eagle eye on the arm of Ross Montgomery. Very, very rarely do people like anything on their throwing hand, whether it's a watch, a bracelet, a band, anything. And he's got what looks to be one of these power bands on his right arm here. And I'm just watching it to see if there is any movement. It looks like it's very, very rigid.
100.
But very unusual to see someone with anything on the throwing arm. And he's got a couple of bits on there. It looks like he's got part of a sleeve on there as well around the elbow.
58.
Maybe that's part of the plan to correct those stray darts.
Yeah, it does seem to be quite tightly fitted. There is a little bit of movement I can see going left and right, but certainly not up and down the arm, which I think would be the thing that would be the most irritating. Just to see that movement or feel that on the arm.
21. Jamie require 164.
Maybe the other point to be made on that is maybe it's just some kind of support for Ross as well, because there's been decades of the same movement. Wear and tear is a thing in darts. You're likely to get some sort of repetitive strain injury if you are playing a lot of darts.
Game shot on the third leg.
Jamie Kelling takes care of the third leg. All breaks so far.
Fourth leg, it's Jamie.
A lot of times the question does emerge, doesn't it? How can you get injured playing darts? But it is quite a simple answer, I think. The idea or the technical side of it is you need to try and be as still and as balanced as possible whilst trying to apply an explosive movement with control. A lot of the time,
60.
Following the release, people aren't dropping the movement down with muscle, they're dropping it onto joint.
99.
And man isn't machine, unfortunately.
You obviously haven't been watching The Terminator recently.
60.
Well, the question is, who will be terminated in this group? We're really no closer to knowing. Dennis van der Ende, it looks tough for him. But everybody else in the mix. And don't forget tonight, a second session. Group B gets underway from 10 PM live here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, for which I'm sure you are subscribed. But if you are not, please do. It helps us to bring you the best players, the best darts, the best content.
44.
And we've got some of the best known players ever to grace the Super Series stage in action this evening, including the Double Trouble champion recently, Robert Thornton, three-time world champion in Wolfie, Martin Adams, Mike Warburton and Justin Smith, who were embroiled in a three-way battle to win Group A. Eventually that went to Andreas Harrison. And Tommy Morris, the gun, who,
97.
well, I think explosive is a good way to describe him. He's in action too.
Well, I'll certainly be back for that.
47.
And Jamie Kelling will certainly be back for double 10. Montgomery not at the races. Montgomery wasn't at the races.
140.
Kind of is now.
Jamie required 20.
He had that dart
15.
earlier on in the day, just on the top wire, that
Russia
looked
require
inviting.
100.
He couldn't use it then, and he's not able to use it again here.
The option to go for two tops is on here. And that's the route he took.
60.
Unsuccessfully.
Jamie require 5.
Tries to compose himself.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Jamie Kelling.
You can see what it means to Jamie Kelling. He knows the severity of that
Ross to
situation.
throw first. Game
That's Ross Montgomery now. Can you win 3 on the bounce? I've seen Ross Montgomery in this similar sort of situation, but being the player that was 3-1 ahead earlier on in the week. So he's very well aware this scoreline can turn very quickly.
$100. $100. $140.
By far the best performance of the day so far for Jamie Kelling.
100.
Be a good way to bounce back after tasting defeat for the first time. Win that'll put him back to the top of the table.
91. Russia require 161.
Just seems to be every time he's on a combination finish, that first start
Jamie
just seems to go wayward.
96. Russia requires 78.
The leg he won, he did that, and then he polished off a checkout in this vicinity. That was 76. Can't quite do the same with 78.
Jamie,
so if Kelling can take 74, the game will be over. We spoke about this earlier. He goes that route to leave tops clear.
54.
He could not find the target.
Russia require 40. Game shot on the 5th flag. Ross Montgomery.
Ross Montgomery could, so the game goes on.
6th flag
Kelling
is
now
Jamie to throw first.
with the darts, having already had an opportunity to win the match. Remember, whoever does win this match will be top of the table with 3 wins out of 4.
81.
When Jamie Kelling went 3-1 up, this will be the leg that he imagined would be the one he'd have to get the job done in. If he could have got it done 4-1, would have been the bonus. But you always eye up that one opportunity you've got with the throw. Ross Montgomery, though, starting strong, asking questions of Kelling.
50.
Going through the gears.
180.
Ross Montgomery, what a time for the first maximum of the game.
121.
It's been a great time to hit back. Montgomery holding all the aces suddenly.
$59. $140. Roger required 128.
It gives Ross something to think about. Treble 20 would leave the bullseye. Not to be, so Kelling gets another opportunity here. This has been a good back end of the leg
109.
for the Andover ace, who will get another dart. And it's another one at tops.
69.
This time it's over the top.
Roger requires 72.
To save the game. To install himself as favourite.
Game shot on the 6th flag. Ross Montgomery.
That could be the game turner. Levels it up.
7 from final leg.
Now we'll throw
to
first to get the
Game
job
on.
done. Jamie Kelling. That face tells you that maybe he thinks his chance has come and gone. If he's going to get more chances, he's going to have to keep the pace here with Ross Montgomery, who opens strong.
60.
We've already seen Ross Montgomery come through, and last leg decided that was a different kind of match against
85.
Dennis van der Ende. If he does it again here, those two last leg victories will put him in pole position
42.
in this group. Final game against Darren Barton in game 13. Kelling has to play the prodigious Ryan Branley.
100.
It feels like it's all got away now from Jamie Kelling. Firmly in the hands of Ross Montgomery. Just needs to keep them straight.
140.
Instead of straight, it's great. He's double 18 after 12.
95.
Yeah, a dozen darts to leave a double is exactly where you'd want to be in a last leg shootout. Double 9. And Ross Montgomery turns that tie around, and for the second successive match, wins in a deciding leg. And this time, the victory moves the Scots to the top of the table. 6 points then from a possible 8 for Ross Montgomery. Jamie Kelling left on 4, having won half his matches so far. That one going the distance, but missed opportunities to win the match there. A couple of darts in a couple of legs for Jamie Kelling, who could have won it 4-1. Instead, he goes down 4-3. Coming up after the break, we see Darren Barton taking on Dennis van der Ende.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9 darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
Sixth max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
Ross Montgomery has just hit the top of the table following his turnaround victory over Jamie Kelling, where he was trailing by 3 legs to 1 before winning the next 3 and becoming the first man on to 6 points. We move our attention now to Darren Barton and Dennis van der Ende, who will be taking part in their 4th head-to-head clash of the week. So far, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Group A, it was all the direction of Darren Barton. Dennis van der Ende yet to register another win since his victory on Monday against Ross Montgomery.
It's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Defeat here for Dennis van der Ende would mean he has lost 4 games out of 4 here in his Group C campaign, which by our usual reckoning and understanding
81
pretty much eliminates him from proceedings. It wouldn't mathematically do so, but it's very rare that we have that situation. Although in this group
79
where everyone is beating everyone, we may get the 12-point qualifier. You do feel like it's now or never if he's going to make a serious challenge on those top 2 places. 2 players will qualify through your Group C. Darren Barton currently on 2 points, winning 1 match. That game coming in fixture number 2, when he beat the debutant, the high-performing today, Dan Nichols.
96.
I think that's a game I'm really looking forward to. The 2 debutants of this Group C campaign, Dan Nichols and Ryan Branley, they will be taking each other on next. I think that one's going to be a very high-scoring affair. Got all the ingredients to be a Group C Super Series classic.
39.
But back to the game in hand. Darren Barton has opened proceedings pretty well here.
44. Darren never quite 140.
Will undoubtedly be confident going up onto the stage against the man he's beat 3 times already this week. And those head-to-head clashes do make a difference, especially when it's not
60.
just your head-to-head record, that you also know that Van der Ende is probably battling a few demons right now. He had opportunities to win his last game when he played Ross Montgomery, but couldn't convert one of 3 match darts.
Needs to rescue himself here by finding a treble, but not that one.
69. Dennis, you've quite
Kind of everything went wrong there. 1 of the 25 with the final dart. Dennis can't make him pay.
50. Darren, you require 11.
Barton takes aim at double 4 and now double 2.
Game shot on the first leg.
Which he pins for the
Darren
opening
Barton.
leg, and you would have to suggest that this could be the start
Second
of the long
against Dennis
goodbye.
to throw first. Game.
For Dennis van der Ende, it would be a 15-game losing streak at the end of it, but more importantly, all 4 games today.
123.
You're going to agree that if he does lose here, it will pretty much officially be the end of the road?
Oh, absolutely.
140.
Absolutely. We were saying that normally 14 points is the cut-off. I do think it's going to be 12.
41.
But that would mean he'd have to go through the card tomorrow and win his last game of the day, which is against Dan Nichols, a player who is on debut here but has been performing well in his opening 3 fixtures.
$137. $140. $60. $100. Dennis, you require 140. $60. Darren, you require 76.
Combination finish then for a 2-0 lead. This time it's clean. Gets himself 2 darts.
Game shot
Only
the
needs
second
1.
leg.
And gets
Darren
himself 2
Barton.
legs.
Third leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Do you get the sense that Darren Barton, not just because of the
100.
opponent being the man that has been the one everybody else is beating, but because he's on 2 points and everybody else is on at least 4, do you get the sense that he thinks this is a must-win
100.
match?
I think everyone who's playing Van der Ende at the moment will feel it's must-win because everybody else is beating him. And as we mentioned earlier, you don't want to be the one guy
45.
that loses that game because if you are, you essentially got to find that result somewhere else against your other rivals.
97. $36. $58.
Barton's final game is against the current league leader,
95.
Ross Montgomery. Things could change a lot, couldn't they, for Darren? By the end of the day, he could actually be
60.
tied on points with Ross. Alternatively, if this goes wrong and then he loses that, would find himself 6 points off the pace.
94. $80. Darren, you require 131. $91. Dennis, you require 106.
Chasing round the trebles, but found the one in the end that leaves him the double. And he will be coming back.
49.
A very familiar position
Darren
when he's been
require
taking on Van der Ende.
40.
A bit of comfort.
Game shot on the third leg. Darren Barton.
Yeah, certainly all cosy, isn't he, now,
Dennis to throw
in this
first.
match?
Game on.
Darren Barton knows how to beat this player and knows what this result would mean.
97.
It would mean he's firmly in the mix. We did discuss it when we watched him in Group A, that we felt that he could put himself in contention in Group C. And it's starting to look like we're not just going to get like a runaway winner and then everybody else battling out for second place. It really does have the feel that 5 players are going to be battling out for 2 places.
140.
I think if Ross Montgomery can repeat yesterday's haul of points with 4 wins out of 5, then he will be delighted come the end of the day.
41.
Absolutely. One more game to go for Ross Montgomery. That will be against Darren Barton.
40.
In just a game's time.
Yeah, quite excited about the next game just because we've seen brilliant stuff from both players today. Dan Nichols actually the only player to beat Montgomery. Did that in his first match on the stage, averaged just under 100. He's playing Ryan Branley, the 16-year-old talent, who we've just seen average almost 105.
44.
That was with 2 180s, 2 11 darters, a 9 dart attempt, 2 117 finishes.
And 4 out of 4 on the doubles, if that all wasn't
55.
enough.
Quite a darting menu. An all-you-can-eat buffet of talent.
60.
It had a lot, and the next match has the potential to have everything as well. So do stay
77.
tuned.
Then it should require 120.
Everything's gone the way of Darren Barton so far in this one. Van der Ende hoping to change that.
88. $95. Then it should require 32. $16. Darren, they require 115. $96. Dennis, you require 16. Game shot on the fourth leg.
A leg.
Dennis van der Ende.
It's a start. It's something to hold on to.
Fifth leg, it's Darren to throw first.
We've just
Game
seen
on.
one game completely turn around. Jamie Kelling was 3-1 up against Ross Montgomery, and Montgomery was able to turn it around. The recent history would suggest that Dennis van der Ende is not going to, but there's always that chance. Whenever the game's live, and Darren Barton will be very well
60.
aware of that and be trying to put him away as quick as possible. Doesn't want to offer too much encouragement or hope.
$81. $56. $41.
A little frustrated that he's not got the job done yet, and he's making
46.
slightly heavier weather of it than he would have hoped. But all that's important is picking up the points.
$59. 58.
It has been a real struggle for Dennis van der Ende. There's no real way of sugaring the pill.
100.
He's found it tough, and all he can really hope to do is learn from the experience he's had this week.
91. Darren, you require 80.
2 visits if he needs them for the 2 points.
$60.
Does need them. All Dennis can do is try and apply some kind of pressure and then pray.
60.
No pressure.
Darren, you require 20.
Not really.
$10.
Darren Barton can't
Dennis,
close the
you
door.
require 130.
It's an ideal marker there for the treble. Unable to use it.
65.
Barton
struggling to get over the
Darren, you
line.
require 10.
Yeah, and double 5 hasn't been his friend throughout this week. I've seen him get caught at 6s and 7s on this target. But he's straight in and wins it in 5
Darren
on double
Barton.
5. And it's another comfortable win, really, for Darren the Spartan Barton against Dennis van der Ende, who just cannot buy a win and is looking like suffering a 3rd straight day of defeats. As for Barton, well, that puts him very much in the mix. He's one of 4 players on 4 points after that 4 win over van der Ende. Ross Montgomery leads the way on 6. That's who Barton's going to play in a couple of games' time. But before that, get excited for this one. Dan Nichols against Ryan Branley.
in. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison. We're not going to need that.
A Bosch.
Time faces through.
And one of the key questions for this Saturday is this 16-year-old going to be on the stage? Can Ryan Branley book his ticket to finals night? And are you going to be one of the people in the audience saying, I was there when a certain 16-year-old shook up the Super Series? That story has been told before, and Ryan Branley has been writing his own script today. Very exciting talent. One that we will watch with interest over the next couple of days. He's just had a stunning display, an average of 104.53, 3 180s in that match, 2 117 checkouts, and he was 4 out of 4 in the doubles. Not to mention he went 7 darts into the 9. That was a 4-1 success over Darren Barton.
Game on.
But equally impressive on debut, I have to say, has been this man, Dan Nichols, who made an immediate impact, averaging almost a ton when he beat Ross Montgomery 4-1 earlier today.
Yeah, I think this could really be the main event of the day so far. Real big expectations from this
42.
one. I think the pace of the game's really going to suit both players to get into a good rhythm and flow. They'll both be aware of what the other ones produce throughout the day.
100.
I'm expecting a real high-scoring affair.
54.
The only concern for Ryan, potentially, is when you have that big performance, you then feel the need to have to repeat it or keep it going, and you do have that cooling off period where you go into the back room and you take a bit of stock of what you've achieved.
96.
Sometimes, and quite regularly, we see players come up and struggle after playing such a good performance.
60. $99. And you require 149. $85.
Sure, plenty of support for Ryan Branley back in the northeast, all proudly watching what he's done today. You won't have seen any of that. The players don't have access to the mobile phones, communication devices during a session at the Modus Super Series.
Game shot.
What he has just seen is Dan Nichols show him he will indeed have a game on his hands here. Fantastic checkout. And probably the kind of checkout that suits him, really. 64, all in the same area of the board for a rhythmic player like Nichols. That will be very, very favourable.
174. $125.
We're at that point with Ryan where we're already starting to think of the 9 and we're thinking, is it going to happen? He's teasing it.
55.
Well, look, the comparisons with a certain Luke Littler are natural, but Ryan Branley is his own person, his own player. One point I will make, though, is not even Luke Littler hit a 9-darter at 16 at the Super Series.
I do think sometimes that what happened and what is happening with Luke Littler is just blurring the lines of expectation and reality a little bit. So, because had the Luke Littler story not happened, we would be going on so much about what this lad could go and achieve. That is a 12-darter to follow up the 2 11s in the last.
Yep, he looks like a special talent.
Delegates down to throw first.
Regardless of who's been here before. I think the other point that we should throw into the mix there is that we've almost had separate conversations today about
85.
Teenage talents like Ryan and Luke, and then also about the fact that darts is an ageless sport, really. And anyone can come good at any age, and I think that players should be careful not to use somebody of a similar age as a barometer they measure themselves against, because it doesn't really come into play. It's not a factor.
If that's the case, just think how good Littler's going to be when he gets into his late 40s.
96.
But that's kind of the point, isn't it? Somebody who's in the late 40s could emerge and be better than Littler
43.
right now.
Well, you work quite closely with the World Seniors, and one of the most successful players on there is Richie Howson, who
105.
didn't really do too much in the professional game. He had a tour card, he had a couple of UK Open appearances, but
85.
certainly not the CV of the players he's now beating on a regular basis.
Yeah, I still think there is someone out there that nobody's heard of that's just been
50.
playing darts in the local pub or even in the spare room and could take the world by storm in the same way that Littler has, but at a much later age.
134.
So much potential
Right,
for these
McCoy,
stories in this
150.
sport.
I think I've met a few of those people.
Yeah, but they told you that's what they're going to do.
Yes.
84. Daniel McCoy, 128.
Well, what's Nichols going to do here? 128. Treble 20 needed. Not found. So Branley will get the chance to take the
92.
lead for the first time in this one.
66. Game shot on the
The
third
combination
leg.
finishing,
Ryan
I've got to
Branley.
say it now, this has been world class. The amount of
Fourth leg,
times
it's
he's gone
Ryan
to the
throw
board
first.
where he's needed a
Okay.
two-darter or a finish where he's needed a treble, a single and a double. I can't really remember him missing. It's been remarkable. And once again, he finds himself 2 from 2.
58.
100% strike rate. His finishing for the day has been sensational.
He has missed just 6 darts at a double so
44.
far today. And that is in now 3.5 games.
And we're not exaggerating. These are the stats. These are the numbers. We can't call it anything other than world class. If that was Michael van Gerwen, Luke Humphries, Luke Littler,
59.
everyone would be saying those numbers are right at the top of the tree. You can't argue with them.
Well, it is
96.
11 hits from 17 attempts. Now, I know people tend to deal in percentages these days. In terms of a percentage for his daily
135.
checkouts, 64.70.
Ridiculous. Magical, magnificent, marvellous.
180.
And all we can do is marvel at it. Well, there's no question. The 87 will
84.
go.
Ryan McCoy, 87. $47.
Well, it doesn't actually damage his doubling stats because he wisely set up the shot.
99. Ryan, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth leg. Ryan
Brilliant.
Branley.
And we're probably going to chat a lot about this guy today,
The flag
tomorrow,
is down
maybe
to
even on
throw
Saturday and
first.
beyond. And I'm
Game.
sure people will say to us, leave him alone, let him play darts. Don't put him under pressure.
60.
What are we supposed to say? We're watching it in front of our eyes. He's producing big numbers. He's showing maturity beyond his years. His finishing is up there with anybody in the game based on what we've
140.
witnessed today. Why should we not get excited?
Well, it shows why it was the value call at the start of the day as well.
100.
Trading around about the 7-2 mark to win this group, and I reckon there'll be a few people out there who have taken that who are feeling pretty
100.
good about themselves right now.
$134.
Does have one more game to go. That will be against Jamie Kelling, so could start to see a gap emerge here at the top of the table.
Yeah, the most nervous he's looked all day is when he had to do an interview
91.
before play started. And I said to him, win a few games, you'll have to do another one later. Well, it might well be the case.
25.
In context of
Ryan
the level of this
McGuire,
group, Dan Nichols not
170.
done anything wrong. If anything, playing just above the level of the group. But once again,
96.
dishing up something well beyond the standard of what we've seen from everybody else.
Yeah, he's found a high level of consistency. He's played fantastic and he's stayed
55.
fantastic.
Ryan, it requires 74.
No dip. Yeah, of course the average will be lower, but no real dip from that previous performance. He's bossed this game from start to finish.
34.
Can't quite find another
Down to
combo
require 127.
to complete the job, but will return for tops if Nichols doesn't take out the 127, which he won't.
99. Ryan, you require 40.
Double 10.
Game
Big up Branley. Another very polished performance. Another average north of 90. This time it's Dan Nichols on the receiving end. But we've got a wonder kid at the Super Series based on the evidence of the 4 matches he's played so far today. And they are 4 matches that have now taken him to the top of the table, winning 3 of them. That one with a 50% strike rate on his doubles, which is fantastic. It's his worst performance yet in that department. An average of 90.23, took out a nice 94 in there as well. Nichols did little wrong, but only got 1 dart double. All of the players have 1 more match to play, and it starts with Barton versus Montgomery. So, 3 games left to go here at the Super Series in this afternoon session, and the first one will be Darren Barton against Ross Montgomery before Ryan Branley returns after what's been a wonderful day for the 16-year-old talent. He meets Jamie Kelling, and the afternoon will end with Dennis van der Ende looking to end a losing streak. Dan Nichols, the opponent for that one. Van der Ende stays at the foot of the table without picking up a win in any of his last 3 days, in fact, having played in Group A earlier in the week. But look at that, the rest of them, just 2 points between them, from Branley and Montgomery at the top to Barton, Nichols and Kelling, all on 4 points. The top 2 go through, 1 more fixture for each of them today, and then another 5 tomorrow. We've learnt lots of things about each of the players, but what we haven't really learnt yet is who's going to go through. And every match, head-to-head between those 5, seems to be becoming increasingly important.
We've got a situation, though, here where we could start to see the league table take shape and a real cut between the qualifying positions and the chasing pack. Because Ross Montgomery playing one of his rivals, Ryan Branley, top of the table, playing one of the rivals. If results go their way here,
First
they
leg,
could be going
it's
into tomorrow
Darren
4
to throw
points clear.
first.
So a
Game
very,
on.
very important cycle of fixtures here as players play their last game on the Thursday afternoon.
$45.
Well, Ross Montgomery's job here is to try and make it 4 out of 5, like he did yesterday
92.
after a really troubling opening to the week. He only won 1 match on each of Monday and Tuesday, and then managed to win 4 on Wednesday. Thursday, could see him take
93.
the same tally. Darren Barton out to stop him, and sure he finishes the day on the same number of points if he can get his 3rd win of this session.
97.
And I think he's come a long way,
Yeah,
actually,
59.
since they met on Monday when he was beaten 4-0 by Montgomery in the first match. Looked like someone who wasn't used to the stage at that point. A little bit like
60.
a rabbit in the headlights, but he's certainly warmed to it since then, hasn't he?
Well, certainly someone who's been looking forward to the opportunity as well, and that's something we have to remember when, for a lot of players, this is the biggest thing they've played in, the pinnacle of their darts career to date. They go to the qualifiers, they earn the spot here, you sit around waiting for the call. Quite a
60.
long time of anticipation for players like Ross Montgomery and what we're going to see later on this evening with the likes of Martin Adams, Robert Thornton. For them, it's just part of a continuum.
59.
So although we've got 6 players in the group, they'll all have different stories and expectations and hopes.
$60. Darren, you require 120. $60. Rush, you require 132.
Needed at least a 25. So whatever Montgomery hits,
92.
Barton knows he will
Darren,
return
you require 60.
as he tries to get his nose in front. Wants to make the advantage of throw count and not get broken immediately. So needs to find this double, can't find
40.
that double.
Rush, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg. Ross Montgomery.
It's a kick start for Montgomery.
Second leg, it's Ross to throw first. Game on.
We've been talking about players that remind you of other players. He went for Doby for
140.
Ryan Branley. Scott Mitchell for this man. A couple of quirks for Ross Montgomery that are similar to Gary Anderson. Mentioned it earlier in the week how he sort of kicks the hockey, stands on the hockey before he throws, and throws very close to his
45.
eyes. Pulls the dart back to very, very close to his eyes like Gary Anderson.
So that angle we just had there was perfect to see the reason as to why. It's because you like to approach the hockey quick. Now, I do the exact same thing.
140.
And you approach the hockey quickly, your opponent's still in the way, you don't want to stand waiting. So it's just to keep moving. And when you stand on the hockey, it just gives you that, so you're still active, you're still moving,
81.
rather than standing and wait. Look, there it is there. And then in position when the opponent's left the hockey.
also gives him the opportunity to keep his eyes fixed on the dartboard, doesn't it? Whereas you have a look at Darren Barton approaching the hockey, he'll look down to see where the hockey is. There he goes, head down, and now the process starts for him.
Well, you see the delay for Barton is just at the back before he starts the walk. He waits till he can walk and do everything in his own time and his own pace. Montgomery in.
It's almost like the hockey stops him, isn't it, from just walking straight into the back of his opponent.
$60.
It's one of those things that's been talked about for years, but no one's actually asked anyone who does it as to why they do.
Well, if we speak to Ross this week, we'll try and remember to ask him.
100. Ross, you require 124.
There we see the little kick. And there we see the little pull.
98.
Made a bit of a mess of it, but still managed to leave a finish.
Yeah, it was a misfire, wasn't it, rather than a miscount on that occasion. Was going for a 3. Don't do the Steve Farmer.
140. Ross, you require 26.
If anyone was wondering, Buster 180 at the World Championship. Double 13 wasn't what he intended to leave.
No
and
score.
He'd be ruining the moment he did.
Darren, you require 40.
Yeah, it's one of those situations you do the hard work to break the throat. He gets another go.
Ross, you require 26.
Barton unable to use the reprieve. Not a head shaking going on the stage.
Game shot
A
the
bit of
second.
smiling. No,
Ross
more head shaking there from Montgomery. Still not happy.
Yeah, but well, it flicked the flight of the dart that was in the 13. Now, I think that's a shot that you see quite a lot. A player leaves the dart in the 13 when going for the double, leaving 13, and it'll almost always go 5-4-4, but the 4 is a bit obscured.
100.
There might be some next level thinking that needs to come into play on that particular shot. It actually helped him. We saw the flight move on that first dart, but maybe that was it. Maybe it wasn't as clean as he would have hoped.
Just thinking back to what you said about doing a Steve Farmer. It's one of those things that you tend to find a player gets more known for the unfortunate things rather than the good things that they did. Like all the things Steve Farmer did in the game, and that's the thing you recall. And you look at Colin Lloyd, the world match play champion. When you think of Colin Lloyd, you think of him smacking the board.
60.
Absolutely. And Glenn Durrant, he won 3 Lakesides and a Premier League and is only known for losing all 8 games in a Group B at the Modus Super Series. Afternoon, Glenn. Hope you're well.
Well, actually, Glenn Durrant's most watched videos on
98.
YouTube are an interview we did after losing, which, by the way, what a time to catch someone after they've just lost. And when he thought he won a match at the Isle of Man, and it wasn't in, but he celebrated it.
45.
But you have to feel for players who go through those moments. Even like people who've been on the wrong end of history. So Ted Everts, for example, the player that Fallon Sherrick beat at the World Championship, the first woman to beat a man on the Ali Pali stage.
44.
Brilliantly sporting of Ted to sit here and do an interview with Fallon Sherrick about that moment, which you can catch here on this Super Series YouTube channel.
51. $128. Darren, you require 56. Game shot on the third leg.
Barton
Darren
cuts
Barton.
the gap to a single leg, but it's still very much advantage Montgomery in the game.
Fourth leg, it's Ross to throw first. Game on. 123. $45. $45. $100.
It's not made anything feel easy this week, has he, Ross Montgomery? Seems to be getting embroiled in
100.
battles. Last couple of games have gone by 4-3 scorelines, both in his favour. Seems to be when he hits the front, he just allows his opponent back into the game.
$137.
Well, that element had been missing a little bit in
Rush
comparison to what he
196.
was doing earlier in the week. The 180s had dried up for Darren today, but that one puts enough pressure on Ross that he sprays his darts all over the place and gives him a go at the break of throw.
36. $28. Russia requires 72.
That was a big chance, a big opportunity.
Game shot on the
He
fourth.
stood with a
Ross
defeatist look
Montgomery.
on his face. Probably felt he's been in this position before and been punished, and he
Left leg
has
against
once
Darren to
again
throw
smack
first.
bang in the middle of the double there for Montgomery.
Game on.
Yeah, and really for the first time, a big celebration after hitting it as well. He had the expression of a hungry Rottweiler on his face then.
81.
Just got sight of a bone.
He was probably feeling what we was feeling as well, that the game was turning, that he was letting his opponent back in.
140.
Swiped that challenge aside.
And no sign of that intense focus disappearing.
60.
And I'd like to look back, but when we've seen the Scotsman snarl, he's tend to have produced his best darts.
Oh, it's changed everything. It's changed the demeanour of Ross Montgomery. He's gone a bit aggressive.
100.
Where for Darren Barton, it seems like a blow too many today.
Let's not forget what we've been telling you all throughout this week, that Ross
60.
Montgomery has never failed to make finals night in previous visits to the Super Series. It looked unlikely when he was really struggling on Monday and Tuesday, but he's totally turned his week around. I mean, had he had the 2 days that he's had Wednesday and Thursday on Monday and Tuesday, he would have been right in that battle to win that group.
125.
Andreas Harrison, the man who's already through to finals night on Saturday. By the way, we will give you all the information you need to get tickets during the next game.
139.
Well, that game might not be too far away, the way Ross Montgomery's going about this leg. Barton doing all he can. He's got to hit and hope, and well, he's doing his part. He's doing the hitting.
He was almost a little annoyed to have found that at that point, wasn't he, when he's powerless to do anything about Ross Montgomery winning the match. Even that miss isn't a problem, as he tees up double 16, and Ross Montgomery completes another good day at the Super Series. For the second day on the spin, he's won 4 of his 5 matches, and maybe Ross is the boss after all. And Saturday night looks like it is on the horizon once again for the Scotsman. He's been there 3 times before from 3 visits. He may make it 4 from 4. He's won 4 from 5. And he's beaten Darren Barton in his final match. A 4-1 win. They'll play again in their opening encounter tomorrow. But we've got 2 more games to come this afternoon. Ryan Branley against Jamie Kelling is the first of them.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg,
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski.
Well, Smith is it a 9? Took me a long time, and that clenched fist. He gets the job done in the end. He was nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like that. He needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a break of throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive break of throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series for the final couple of games in this afternoon session. But don't worry, we've got another session tonight for you. Group B getting underway from 10 as we approach 5 p.m. Well, we are going to see the man of the moment, or should I say the boy wonder, as Ryan Branley takes to the stage, looking to match the record today from Ross Montgomery, 45 years his senior. He's won 4 out of 5, and Branley, who has been brilliant on debut, is looking to also get to 8 points. Can he do it?
First.
By
Game
defeating
on.
Jamie Kelling, we'll find out over a best of 7 leg encounter. And I'm going to ask Matthew Edgar, and I think I know the answer, but
28.
would do it for any debutant. What have you made of Ryan Branley today?
Impressive. Everything about him has been impressive.
81.
From the moment he walked through the door, the way he's conducted himself, the way he's handled the situation. And he's had those sort of
100.
realistic step-by-step sort of expectations of not just today, but of his entire career, where he's going.
140.
Those sort of bite-sized progressions. And this has been a big step up for him playing at this level. And he's not just playing at this level.
180.
He is dominating at this level. And I, for one, would like to see him here on a Saturday night.
98.
See how he handles the situation when the big money matches are on the line. I think he'll handle them very, very well. I think he'd be a real danger to that weekly title.
Jamie Kelling was made favourite for this group by the odds compilers before the games were
130.
played today, but if he loses this one, there'll be 4 points between him and Branley and Montgomery. Ryan's biggest strength has been the doubling. And that continues here. He takes the lead.
Ryan Branley. Second leg is Jamie to throw first. Game on.
There is something quite poetic, isn't there, about the fact that Jamie Kelling took part in that age-old TV series, New Kids on the Hockey Once Upon a Time. That was back in 2008. Jamie Kelling would have been a couple of years older than Ryan Branley is now.
Well, I know that became a bit of a conversation across our social platforms today as well, regarding if this did sort of come back in that sort of style, the sort of player, or who were the players that people would like to see. And with some of the suggestions that are coming through, you'd make it as strong, if not stronger, than a standard week.
58.
Aaron Monk beat Joe Cullen in the final to win. That went on to become World Youth Champion, of course, beating Michael Van Gerwen in the final.
100.
But that, you mentioned it, a specials week. I think we could easily get 12 players
85.
in their teenage years.
Yeah, absolutely. A load of names spring to mind very early. And I don't just mean from the male game. The female game, the girls game, 95. Producing some fine talent at the moment. Paige Pauling springs to mind.
Kelling putting pressure on here.
159.
That's about as pressurising as it gets.
I don't think this lad feels pressure.
Game
I think you've made your point, and I think he's made it for you.
Ryan Branley.
The 106 takes his average to 100. It's back-to-back 15 dart legs for Ryan Branley. Kelling doesn't know what's hit him. And he hasn't done an awful lot wrong in this game.
41.
Well, that is his fifth big ton-plus checkout of the week so far, of the day. 114, 101, two 117s, which came back-to-back, and a 106.
There was a moment earlier in the day when he threatened to break the internet. 7 perfect darts and then missed treble 19.
66.
On the route to a 9-dart finish. Marvin van Velzen, the last to hit one here at the Super Series, went on to win the whole shebang. I'm sure there's been one since then, actually.
131.
Someone will remind me.
$96. Jamie require 170.
How about some fireworks here? Not to be. Fizzles out immediately. He'd like to get a treble.
44.
Just opens the door for the youngster.
$180. Jamie
If it opened it a little bit, he's just kicked it the rest of the way.
$93. Ryan, you require 28.
Well, he doesn't miss. He's got 3 darts at double. He just doesn't miss in this situation.
Game shot.
Never in doubt.
Ryan Branley. Fourth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
And again, it goes back to your point from the previous finish, the 106. He just doesn't feel pressure. You've thrown a couple of ropey darts at a double. He still managed to find it with the third without even breaking stride.
Well, before this cycle of fixtures began, we said there was an opportunity here that we're going to get a real
94.
cut in the league table. And that is still a genuine possibility here. If Branley is to get the victory here, he will pull, like Ross Montgomery, 4 points away from the nearest rival.
If you then beat those players in the first set of fixtures
140.
tomorrow, you're almost too far in front of them, aren't you?
Yeah, this could all be pretty much done by the end of lap 1 tomorrow.
It'd be even sweeter for Ryan and Ross if Dennis van der Ende can end his losing streak against Dan Nichols in the next game, because he will have the chance to put himself just 2 points adrift of the pair.
Well, the thing Dan Nichols has got in his favour is he's got the chance to play Dennis van der Ende twice before anybody else gets a game, so he could really throw himself in the mix.
Yeah, Branley and Montgomery would be on 8 points. But by the time they play again, he could have joined them.
'81. Jamie Rook 122.
Having to hunt down that treble 18 and does so successfully, a superb dart to give him a shot at the ball, which he pins. But it's not just all about Ryan.
Kelling.
Jamie's not so bad either.
Fifth player gets Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Fantastic checkout from Jamie Kelling. Has been to finals night 5 times
59.
before. Ryan Branley hoping to be there on his debut, the 16-year-old talent. And you could be there as well. Tickets are available. By scanning that QR code, it'll take you to the Super Series section at dartshop.tv. It's only £2, a booking fee to get yourself in here. And having witnessed this so far today, I would suggest you get your ticket and pull up a pew and marvel at somebody that could go a long way in the game. Not only that, might be seeing a potential future star, who knows, but you could well see some legends of the past with the likes of Robert Thornton and Martin Adams in action tonight.
98.
Don't forget, we've got a returning series champion. That's guaranteed. We know that's going to be happening. Andreas Harrison, the winner of Group A, is the first name confirmed for the Saturday night lineup. So, well worth a little scan and the £2. Can't think of too much you can get these days for £2.
140.
2 shopping trolleys.
85.
Well, it's been a real sweep, this, from
Ryan
Branley.
64.
Who may well be there. He's going to put a foot towards it with a victory here. Takes a step back. Takes aim at tops.
44. Jamie
Would expect to be back.
148. $100. Ryan, you require
And the 16-year-old does
20.
return. Nothing has been too tense about this boy's performance today. But he can't find 2 10s to wrap up
48.
what would have been a convincing win.
The way his finishing's been going, Jamie Kelling were probably not expecting this opportunity.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And he makes the most
Jamie
of it.
Kelling.
Yeah, rather squeezed it in there, didn't he? And he has broken the
Sickler
throw.
gets Jamie to throw first.
So looking to force a decider. We'll learn a little more about Ryan Branley now. Not much to be taken from victory after victory after victory, but when you face the blows, how do you respond? How do you cope with adversity?
Especially when you've had the opportunity to win the match. Finishing today,
100.
been around about that 60% mark. And then when you come with 3 darts in hand, you think it's going to go, and it doesn't.
58.
Handled every situation that's come his way absolutely perfectly today. Including this one.
74.
Keeps hitting big.
77.
Jamie Kelling with a telling smile on his face.
$80.
Bad luck. It looked like it came out of the 57. Would have been on 90 points when he returned.
He's going to get the luxury of a setup shot now. Kelling unable to leave a finish.
45.
He's still worse off than he would have been had that dart stayed in. This could be the little bit of fortune that Kelling required.
$130. Running required 102.
To win.
90.
Another chance goes begging.
Jamie required 55. Game shot on the sick flag. Jamie Kelling. 7 from final.
So we do go the
Ryan
distance.
to throw
I
first.
think we will learn a lot from this leg.
Game on. $100.
It's been a real high quality game. Both players comfortably over the 90s. Been running that way throughout the entire time.
100.
But this isn't about the averages now. This is about one big moment. Finding a couple of trebles on one visit.
134.
Just like that.
Yeah, for Kelling, it's a minimum requirement to stay with Ryan Branley, who's got the darts and therefore the advantage in the decider. And he's been unable to do it. The big hit may have caused the big miss.
He's got 100 points on the board plus these.
60.
For the first time, a little bit of frustration there.
Yeah, no need to panic. And maybe he will have realised that when he looked around at the scoreboard.
140.
Kelling puts himself back in the picture, but it's still in Branley's hands.
$100.
Again, a bit of a reaction there. Certainly feeling the moment for the first time of the day.
45.
But now,
Ryan required
has a cushion.
107.
And once again gets a shot to win the match. He's looking at tops.
87.
Another dart. Denies Ryan Branley, but he will get 3 more.
Just pulled at that a little. That's why, very
100.
wisely, having a
Ryan
wipe on the
required
towel.
20.
This time, his time.
Game
Ryan is
shot
flying.
and the match.
Branley has been
Ryan
brilliant.
Branley.
And the Killing of Kelling sees him move to the top of the table on his Modus Super Series debut at the age of just 16. What a day, what a story, what a performance. And a hard-fought win, that one. It turned into a bit of a battle at the end, but he showed some tenacity and picked up the points. He's managed 8 of them today out of a possible 10. That is a stellar start to life at the Super Series. We're going to see him again tomorrow. Jamie Kelling, the favourite to win this group, will have work to do. 4 points now between him and Ryan Branley and Ross Montgomery, who both have 8. Dan Nichols is hoping to close the gap to 2 points from the top 2 when he takes on the so far pointless, winless Dennis van der Ende.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's
Definitely not him. It's definitely
he thinks
not
it's
him.
it.
Hold on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that double 7 out. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea, considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws it lovely, though. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
A nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit.
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
One of them things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jay!
And so the curtain comes down on day one of Group C, on what is week 2 of Series 9 here at the Modus Super Series. And it's been a day that's been all about Ryan Branley, the 16-year-old talent, making his debut and winning 4 out of his 5 matches with some real highlights along the way. In contrast, in age terms, the 61-year-old Ross Montgomery has done the same thing. 8 points for him. There's a 4-point gap then to Dan Nichols, Darren Barton and Jamie Kelling, and Dennis van der Ende still with no wins. He's hoping to avoid a 3rd straight day of that by winning his final match against Nichols, which is about to get started. If Nichols does win, then he becomes the main rival to the top 2, and as Matthew Edgar alongside me was pointing out, this will be the first fixture tomorrow, so could be alongside them before they throw another dart.
A big head-to-head clash here for Dan Nichols. Needs to get the 2 results.
It's Dennis to throw first. Game on.
If we're on the results that Dennis has had against the rest of the field here, that if Dan Nichols is not able to do the double, winning the last game of today and the first game of tomorrow, he could be putting himself out of contention.
140.
What few sentences have you got to describe the Nichols debut? Obviously overshadowed by that of Ryan Branley, but just as a single case study, what do you think?
Acquitted himself very well. Looks very suited to life here in Group C. I've been impressed at times. Some real good stuff there. And
60.
For a guy who very nearly didn't go to the qualifier for this, nearly didn't go to the regionals that were booked in place here, I think he'll be very, very glad that he made that decision to do so, because he's in contention. He's in the running for that Saturday night place. And this may just be the encouragement he needs to really go out there and chase this a bit more.
Well, that's a brilliant leg of darts. 11 darter in double quick time, just over a minute. For Dan Nichols to complete that leg.
Game on. $45.
I was having a good chat with him this morning, and he said he just wants to turn up.
81.
He wants to produce the goods. And that is ultimately, every time anyone comes onto these sort of stages, the first thing they do
60.
is sort of fear going up there and not producing it. And quite often you'll hear people say, I just don't want to look silly. Well, there's been nothing silly about the performances today of Dan Nichols, and he's certainly acquitted himself well. He's in the race here, he's in with a chance.
Well, let me just take a moment to remind you all that we will return at 10 p.m. this evening. The opening game will be Martin Adams against Mike Warburton. Robert Thornton also in action.
130.
Along with Justin Smith and Tommy Morris. That's in Group B, from which 3 players will go through to join the 2 from this group. And Andreas Harrison, who's
60.
already through to finals night Series 7 champion looking to return to Champions Week. And that action will get underway from 7:30 p.m. on Saturday, live here on the Super Series YouTube channel. Best way to remember is to subscribe.
And it should require 103.
Make sure your notifications are on. Right, is Dennis van der Ende going to notify us all that he can still throw a mean dart?
71.
Can't quite complete the combo, but he will return.
But this time,
Dennis
a lot
require
more
32.
urgency on the situation. 3 big power trebles there from Dan Nichols. He's getting further away.
No score. Daniel require 24. Game on the second leg. Dan Nichols.
More woes for van der Ende,
The leg it's Dennis to throw first. Game on.
who is in trouble here of a 3rd consecutive day without a win.
58.
And having lost his last match as well on Monday, it would be
81.
16 straight defeats for Dennis van der Ende. It's when we have to start dredging up the roll of dishonour, the unwanted record books.
140. $59. $39. $100. $44. $180.
Another big hit from
59.
Nichols, and it's just
And
looking more and more
81.
miserable, isn't it, for Dennis van der Ende? There are no two ways about it.
49.
He knows that Dennis
Which
isn't going to take out the
161.
161, so doesn't even bother with the ball.
$82. And he requires 32.
For a double breaker throw. Full
Gage on the
control.
third leg.
It's all
Dan
just looking a little
Nichols.
bit too simple at the moment for Dan Nichols, and that reflects in the
Full flag
averages
is
as well.
Dan to
A
throw
chasm
first.
of 23 points difference between the players.
It's a tough school.
137.
Dan Nichols has taken to it exceptionally. Dennis van der Ende has struggled all week.
41.
And we're not criticising, we're just reflecting the facts. No
100.
disrespect to Dennis. In fact, ultimate respect, quite the opposite. He's the man in the arena, giving it the blood, sweat and tears.
96.
It'll be easy to sit in the cheap seats and just comment on the action. He's up there doing it, and you've always got to tip your
94.
cap to anyone that does that, particularly when it's not going well and the Goldfish Bowl environment is there for all the world to see.
60. And he require 107.
It may not be watched for much longer.
85.
Van der Ende needs a couple of trebles, can't find them. So again, Nichols,
57.
same equation,
And
2
require
visits if he
85.
needs them.
$65.
Well, he will come back. He's just feeling he's got all the time in the world because Dennis has had another flat day. He did have that opportunity earlier on, didn't he, against Ross Montgomery
60.
to get a
And
game one
require
to
20.
end the streak. And tomorrow he's going to be in record territory if he carries on losing.
15.
But there may yet be an opportunity to win this leg because Nichols has fluffed his line somewhat here.
100, and you require 5.
He realised, didn't he, as he was throwing the dart, that he'd blocked
score.
the double.
And it should require
Didn't want to
87.
stop and move because of that rhythm.
$78. Dan, you require
Somewhat
5.
sums up his day and indeed his week. And that ends his day in the worst possible way after the worst possible day. Dennis van der Ende, well, he can't be very happy. But Dan Nichols on debut will be more than pleased. Having managed to bag himself a hat-trick of victories, he puts himself properly in that race to make it through to finals night on debut. It's been a week of debuts and some of them have been mightily impressive, including his, which he ends with a 4-0 win. But most impressive has been Ryan Branley, a 16-year-old sensation who's shown up at the Super Series and got us all excited. And we are going to chat to the youngster after this short break.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man! Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back. We have got the man of the moment with us. No, not you, Matt. It's Ryan Branley. What a day. How does it feel to have got your debut and played that well?
I came in with no expectations and it feels absolutely amazing to be top of the table.
Yeah, really brilliant performance. You look very comfortable on the stage straight away. How did it feel for you?
About the first 2 games, I was a bit nervous and then got back in the practice room, a bit more practice, and then felt comfortable after that.
Didn't show any signs of nerves from our perspective, did he?
No, the nerves normally come on the finishing, or certainly in the combination factors, and there was no sign of that. The finishing from Ryan was absolutely superb. At one point today, we worked it out, averaging 64.70% on the doubles. Just went down a little bit on that last game, but what a day in regards to the finishing, and what a day in regards to the overall performance. No nerves whatsoever from the outside, shall we say.
Yeah, and it could have got even better, couldn't it? There was a moment today when you're on a 9-darter, we're just getting a look at it now. At what point did you start thinking this is on?
After the 6th dart, I was like, got a feelings going, then 7th dart went in and the nerves kicked in.
Yeah, here we go. We see that 7th dart go in, down for the treble 19. To be fair, if you were nervous, it wasn't far away. You could see the reaction from both you and Darren. That would have been a special moment. But apart from that, I mean, you did well to regroup, and the day as a whole has been fantastic, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Really good stuff. Matt, what have you made of him on debut? overall?
Exactly what you just said there, the ability to regroup. It's all right going up there and having everything go your own way and going up there and hitting everything that you want to hit. He was doing that, but also he had to face adversity. There was moments today where he hit that treble 9 on the 25. That needs recovery. They're 3-0 up in a game, let the opponent back in. That needs recovery. So we actually learned a lot more, and I'm a lot more impressed at how he responded to setbacks rather than just going up there and blowing everyone away, which we also did see as well with that incredible 104 average. So we've seen it from all angles today, and every single angle has been a box ticked.
Yeah, and one thing that we've been speaking about particularly has been the finishing. That was fantastic today. Those combinations, we saw a couple of 117 finishes back to back. All those finishes in the range of like 60 to 120 seem to be going in. Is that normally a strength of yours?
No, just been to Italy the past weekend, doubles massively let us down. Local competitions the same, just been putting a little bit more practice in on the doubles today.
We've seen you as well using the Chris Dobie equipment. Is he an inspiration of yours?
A little bit, but...
You just like the darts?
Yeah.
Look, in the group overall, you are top. So we're going to show you the league table now. And look, you said you came here with no expectations. Is it important for you now to go away and reset to that mentality again rather than think about what you need to do to get through to Saturday?
Yeah, once I start thinking about stuff, it put us off. Like in the last game, 3-0 up, just lost me way a little bit. He got back 3s each.
Yeah, and have you got any advice for Matt? Because he's nowhere near as good as you. So how can you make him a better player?
Put in the practice.
There we go, you've been told. Seriously, for Ryan, when we said this about Luke when he was here as well, the maturity comes across, doesn't it? And that could be a key attribute going forward.
I think this is testament to what is in darts now, with things like the development tour, the JDC, ADC with the vaults and everything that you can play within your local area, because it's becoming industry-wide now. It's not a person-specific skill where we say he's so mature beyond his years, because actually it's the input that is coming from the professional environments now in which these players are growing up in, that actually we can equip this sort of attribute to so many players now. So real testament that's been highlighted to the system.
Absolutely. Look, we'll chat more to you in a moment about the rest of the players in this group. Ryan, fantastic day. Thanks for talking to us. Well done. Another day like that and you'll be here on Saturday, and you could be here on Saturday at the Super Series as well. Yeah, myself and Matthew still here. Let's reflect on the results from all of the matches today. We've had a good chat about Ryan Branley, but what about everyone else who's had a good day? Ross Montgomery, obviously, but you'd have to say that Dan Nichols is in the mix as well.
Yeah, I think when you talk about Ross Montgomery's been to expectation. Everything we sort of thought we could get from Ross, we have. Dan Nichols, we didn't know what to get, and actually he started strong, he's finished strong. The bit in between wasn't too bad either. He's shown a lot of signs, and when we're looking for a player tomorrow to maybe upset the top two, as it goes in overnight, I think he could be the guy. And the way that the fixtures work out for him as well, it could play into his hands.
Yeah, let's talk about Montgomery a little bit deeper, because he had a really slow start to this week. It's picked up for the last couple of days. Are we now in a position where we're expecting to see him make it through to Saturday night and maintain that record of being there every time he's been here?
I think the expectation started before a dart was thrown this week with Ross Montgomery that he'd get there, but it's been a bit tricky for him at times. We've seen him have to really dig deep today, which is a key attribute that he's brought today that I don't think he's had for the rest of the week. I don't want to say Ross Montgomery's a player that he'll battle to the end, but it's felt like he hasn't had that sort of steely fight about him this week, where today, when he's needed it, he's gritted the teeth, he's got down to business, and he's produced the goods.
And we spoke about it during that last match. Dan Nichols could be joint top after the first game tomorrow. What's impressed you the most about him?
I'd say no individual attribute that he has demonstrated has stood out and I've said that's it. He's just a very good all-rounder. And he's put in a very good all-round performance today. And that collective is why he's in the running, why he's in the mix. We've seen some people, they have great finishing stats, big 180s like we've had with Darren Barton this week. But it's the gel, it's everything that goes together. So I can't pinpoint one thing and say, I've been really impressed with that. But on the same aspect, I can't say he needs to improve on anything either.
Jamie Kelling was the favourite before a dart was thrown. Won his first 2 matches, looked like every inch a favourite. But what went wrong since then? He lost his final 3.
Although he got the results in those first 2 games, I don't think he was playing like a favourite. He had an 84 and an 80 average. The average dropped from game 1 to game 2 by 3 darts. And he just missing big numbers when trying to set up for doubles. He did that 3 times today. Just looked a bit edgy at times. Was just dropping the darts a bit low. So he's got a lot of work to do tomorrow. He's still got a chance, but I think he's going to have to do the card.
Has Andreas Harrison seen anything to worry about?
Not yet. Maybe with Ryan. That's certainly a player that can give him a big rival. Maybe with Ross Montgomery, he's not seen anything new. Nothing's going to worry him with that. But maybe if he tunes in tonight, he may have something to worry about.
Yeah, well, on that, we're going to have Martin Adams, Robert Thornton, Tommy Morris coming in, then the 2 that he was battling it out with for Group A. That looks like a really tough group, doesn't it? What is it going to take to get through from that group?
It is quality. That's what it's going to be. And when you get a quality group, 5 quality players, it is the moments of greatness rather than the mistakes. And that's what it's going to take tonight. It's going to take consistently good darts. You're going to have to be group average, probably going to be plus 88. So you're going to have to be that sort of 16, 17 dart sort of area.
Well, you'll be back with us tonight. We hope you'll be back with us as well. This afternoon has been all about the boy wonder, but for tonight from 10, experience comes into play, and the old wily wolf is back in action at the Super Series.
Adams is just so good in situations like this. He is so good when it gets down to the nitty-gritty. That was an awesome performance from Martin Adams, one of the best for many, many a year. What do I know? Absolutely outstanding darts from Martin Adams.